Warrior Lore. Chapter 1286. The area guarded by the 9 spiritual mountains was actually a sea of bamboos. Countless stalks of inky spiritual bamboo, which were rarely seen in the world, had been growing here for countless years. ESO 1. Every stalk of inky spiritual bamboo was a rare material used to refine a wood elemental weapon. A complete stalk of inky spiritual bamboo was very difficult to find in the heaven realm. Unexpectedly, there was a large area of inky spiritual bamboo in the 9 spiritual mountains, forming a sea of bamboos. It was impossible to count how many stalks there were. If people knew that there were countless stalks of inky spiritual bamboo here, all the cultivators in the heaven realm would go crazy. These stalks of inky spiritual bamboo were equivalent to a divine treasury. It's a pity that it's not the ancestral root that was born in the world. I wonder how many generations these inky spiritual bamboos have been growing for. Heition took a closer look and found that although these stalks of inky spiritual bamboo were rare materials, they were not used to refine sacred weapons. With the quality of these stalks of inky spiritual bamboo, it would be a little difficult to refine a mighty weapon. However, it was more than enough to refine an emperor weapon. The ancestral root of the inky spiritual bamboo might be in the depths of the sea of bamboos. Heition and Gu Fei rushed towards the depths of the sea of bamboos at the same time. However, when they approached the palace in the depths of the sea of bamboos, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the palace. Boom! The inky spirit bamboo within 1,000 feet of the palace instantly turned into dust, destroyed by a terrifying wave of energy that surged out from the palace. Gu Fei and Heition were both shaken. It was as if a terrifying wild beast had awoken from its slumber in that palace, causing them to feel a sense of danger. Even the mountain and river cauldron can't suppress it? Gu Fei felt that it was unbelievable. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme path sacred weapon. Although it had only awakened a wisp of its extreme path sacred weapon, it was still not something that a great saint weapon could resist. The myriad medicine cauldron is inside. Heition retreated like a bolt of lightning, and a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the hall. Wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Gu Fei had to retreat. The inky spiritual bamboo around the palace had turned into dust. Among them, there were a few particularly large and luxuriant stalks of bamboo, which made Heition's heart ache. The ink spirit bamboos around the palace had all been reduced to dust, and there were a few especially large and lush bamboo kings among them. This caused Erebus's heart to ache greatly. It was unknown how many years this palace had existed. It was covered with the marks of the passage of time. Even the doors and windows made of divine wood had already decayed. The 18 medicinal cultivators of the mountains of King of had spiritual and King of spiritual energy, of Wu, the medicinal, the spiritual, and Tian, of the mountain. The 18 medicinal men, who had come out of the 9 spiritual mountains, were nowhere to be seen. They had most likely retreated into the ancient palace. Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the world. Nothing could escape from this area. I don't believe I can't suppress you. Gu Fei was determined. He soared into the sky and landed on the mountain-like cauldron of mountain and river. Then, he sat cross-legged on the cauldron and operated his Shen Qi. Rumble. The cauldron of mountain and river suspended high in the sky emitted a terrifying pressure that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It pressed down from the sky, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was pressed down by the cauldron. Bang! The ancient palace was shaking. The terrifying holy might was vast and mighty. The whole world seemed to have turned into the origin of chaos as the 2 saint-level forces collided. The holy might from the ancient palace could not compete with the cauldron of mountain and river that was pressing down from the sky. As the cauldron of mountain and river gradually pressed down, the holy might in the ancient palace was suppressed. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the ancient palace. Then, an illusory figure emerged from the ancient palace. The holy might was vast and mighty, as if an ancient great sage had descended. Although Gu Fei couldn't see it clearly, he could tell that it was an old man. The old man stood up from the top of the ancient palace. He was 1,000 zhang tall, and his illusory body emitted a terrifying sacred aura. This is what? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. They felt an invincible sage aura. Could this illusory figure be the incarnation of the ancient great sage of the human clan? The ancient great sage was extremely powerful. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon. He had great strength and magical powers. He was almost omnipotent. Even the incarnation he left behind was extremely powerful and could compete with a saint-level existence. Gu Fei had seen the incarnation of the great sage of the human clan, Wind God. The great saint of the primordial human race, the Wind God, was an influential figure in the ancient times. Although he had already disappeared in the ancient times, the clone he left behind was able to contend against the purple-gold true dragon that had just been born. Swoosh! The figure that stood up from the ancient palace stretched out his hand and grabbed at the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. He wanted to take away the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. This scene was extremely shocking. This incarnation actually wanted to take away the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. This action was too crazy. Even if a real sage came, he would not dare to fight against the sacred cauldron of the Great Path. He Tian was stunned. A mere incarnation could shake the sacred cauldron of the Great Path? Did he think he was a sage of the Great Path? Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. It was as if the heavenly sound of the Great Path resounded between heaven and earth. The entire world shook along with it. The power of the Great Path descended from the cauldron of the Great Path. Bang! The huge hand that came grabbing from below was immediately shattered. The power of the extreme path was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Not only the arm, but even the figure was disintegrating. Boom! The entire ancient palace shook violently. Cracks appeared on its surface as if it could collapse at any time. In just a moment, the ancient palace was almost destroyed by the power of the Great Path. The faint and illusory incarnation was shattered. Without any suspense, the mountain and river cauldron pressed down from the sky. The Great Path of the Great Path of the Great Path was suppressed under it. There was no power that could resist. In the end, the mountain and river cauldron stopped above the ancient palace. Streams of primordial chaos ancestral chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, completely imprisoning the ancient palace below. At this time, He Tian rushed over from afar. He was the first to rush into the ancient palace. It should be known that the cauldron of myriad medicine was inside the ancient palace. A blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the ancient palace. A figure flew out of the ancient palace. That person was He Tian. The speed at which he flew out of the ancient palace was even faster than the speed at which he had rushed into the ancient palace. What a good alchemy saint! He Tian flew backward for hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. He covered his nose, which was bleeding. He didn't know what hit his nose, but it was so painful that tears flowed out. Haha! Seeing that He Tian was defeated, Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Gu Fei channeled his mystic art and activated the Dao patterns that were imprinted on his bones. Blurry Dao patterns appeared on his body and condensed Dao energy. After he was ready, Gu Fei walked into the ancient palace with the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the ancient palace, he felt a strong wind blowing on his face. A mass of black chi was smashing toward his face at lightning speed. Gu Fei instinctively took a step back and reached out with his right hand to grab the mass of black chi. He exerted force in an attempt to crush it. However, he only felt that the object in his hand was extremely hard. Not only did he fail to crush it, but he also felt a sharp pain in his fingers. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. Whoosh! A strong wind blew again as another black object flew toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly reached out with his left hand and grabbed it with lightning speed. When Gu Fei sensed what was in his hand, he couldn't help but be shocked. The figure in front of him was already in front of him. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. The figure that walked out of the ancient palace wasn't a human. To be precise, it was a humanoid bamboo puppet. It had human features and could walk. This was a puppet made of inky spirit bamboo. It was the size of a real person and was engraved with dense Dao patterns. Every piece of bamboo that formed the puppet had Tao patterns. The two pitch-black objects that were flying toward Gu Fei were actually the fists of the puppet. Between the fists and the puppet, there was a black chain that was only as thick as a chopstick. These two chains were not ordinary divine metals. They were also engraved with Tao patterns. It's a saint-grade battle puppet. When He Tian saw the puppet, he couldn't help but exclaim. It was really unexpected that he would see a legendary saint-grade battle puppet here. The sacrificial refining method of this battle puppet had long been lost. Could it be that the ancient alchemy sage had obtained the sacrificial refining method of battle puppet? The saint-grade battle puppet was extremely powerful. It was a combat tool refined by the sage. If thousands of battle puppets rushed together, even a great sage would be shocked. Gu Fei grabbed the two fists of the battle puppet and directly kicked forward. The battle puppet in front of him also kicked forward. Bang! Gu Fei felt a great force pass through his legs after clashing head-on with the battle avatar, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. At the same time, he felt his hands tremble as the two fists of the battle avatar broke free from his grip and flew back to where it came from. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This battle puppet was extraordinary. It was strong enough to fight head-on with him. This was definitely a saint-grade battle body. Chapter 1287. The appearance of the saint-level battle avatar caused Gu Fei and Mai Tian to feel a sense of danger. This kind of battle tool was extremely powerful. Its entire body was refined from inky spirit bamboo. Each piece of bamboo was as black as divine jade, and there were divine patterns of the great Tao imprinted on them. So, 1. The battle avatar exuded a wave of saint-level power. Even though the mountain and river cauldron above its head released a wisp of saint-level power, it did not affect the battle avatar at all. This is bad. He Tian seemed to know how terrifying this battle avatar was. He immediately retreated far away. Even Gu Fei distanced himself from the battle avatar. The humanoid battle avatar walked out of the pitch-black ancient palace. This battle avatar was as tall as a real person. There was a ball of divine light flickering on its chest. Divine patterns were flickering, and there was a saint-level power condensing there. That was the core of the battle avatar, the source of its power. The battle avatar was not a human. It had no life, and was not afraid of any pressure or aura. Even if a supreme sage came, this battle avatar would still dare to attack the supreme sage. What should we do? He Tian knew that things were getting troublesome. With the saint-level battle avatar guarding this ancient palace, they could forget about entering unless they destroyed the battle avatar first. Just dismantle this damn thing. Although Gu Fei sensed the saint-level power from the battle avatar, it was not a real person after all. It should not be difficult to deal with. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the approaching battle puppet. The ferocious force of the punch shook the heavens and earth, almost shattering the space around it. Swoosh! The battle puppet instantly arrived in front of him and similarly threw out a punch. The pitch-black fist that was like black jade directly met Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The two fists collided in an instant. It was like two mountains colliding, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void. A ferocious fist energy exploded from Gu Fei's fist. The battle avatar's fist also blossomed with a black light as a terrifying power spread out. Boom! With a loud bang, the void of the entire world collapsed in an instant. A destructive force swept out in all directions. Even the ancient palace behind the puppet trembled. Gu Fei and the battle puppet were sent flying at the same time, both of them retreating by the force of the other's attack. This is simply a saint weapon in human form. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The pieces of ink spirit bamboo on the combat puppet's body were really too hard. Could it be that this combat puppet was actually refined from the bamboo pieces of the Bamboo King? The ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo was born from the primal chaos. It was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. There was absolutely no ancestral root in this sea of bamboo, but there was a thriving Bamboo King. This kind of ink spirit bamboo was the king among them. It was not something that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could compare to. This kind of bamboo could be used to refine wood-type sacred weapons, but Bamboo Kings were very rare. Who knew how many bamboos were growing in this patch of ink spirit bamboo? Among the countless bamboos, a bamboo king would be born. There were not many bamboo kings in this patch of ink spirit bamboo. There were only a few. There used to be bamboo kings among the bamboos around the ancient palace, but now they were all destroyed. Swoosh! A purple gold divine light suddenly emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible, emitting a trace of Tao rhyme. He displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique. He used the power of his spirit to form a Tao sword and slashed at the humanoid battle puppet in front of him. There was no soaring sword chi fluctuation, nor was there an earth-shattering attack. But this divine light had a terrifying power that could destroy the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the primordial spirit Tao sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it swept across the void and slashed at the body of the humanoid battle puppet. On the humanoid battle puppet, various Tao patterns were flashing, triggering the power of a saint to protect itself. Almost a few of the Tao patterns that the ancient great sage had imprinted on it were destroyed. Boom! The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Then, it crashed into the wall of the ancient palace behind the battle puppet. The entire ancient palace shook. However, such an attack was still unable to destroy the Tao patterns that were imprinted on the battle puppet. The means of the ancient great sage of the human race were too unpredictable. How can we destroy this thing? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. This was a saint-level battle puppet. It was extremely powerful, and there seemed to be no flaws on its body at all. That's easy. Just destroy the core in the chest of the battle puppet, and the battle puppet will stop, said He Tian. He knew the weakness of the battle puppet. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. The body of the humanoid battle puppet was covered with Tao patterns, especially at the position of its heart, where there were many formation patterns. It was not an easy task to destroy the core in the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on the body of the humanoid battle puppet, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path, making this battle tool even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The humanoid battle puppet took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei in the next moment. Then, it stretched out its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head with lightning speed. Gu Fei took a step to the side and dodged. Then, he punched at the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. The fist force was mighty, and there were vague Tao patterns appearing on his fist. His physical body was extremely strong, and he did not flinch at all when facing the humanoid battle puppet head-on. The humanoid battle puppet did not dodge and was hit by Gu Fei's punch. The entire battle puppet was sent flying thousands of feet away. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the battle puppet's body, dissipating the power of Gu Fei's punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch was enough to destroy a huge ancient mountain. However, such power was not enough to completely cripple the battle puppet. Swoosh! 2 rays of green divine light shot out from the eyes of the humanoid battle puppet, piercing towards Gu Fei. The 2 rays of divine light emitted a saint-level power that made one's heart palpitate. Such power was still a threat to Gu Fei. He immediately used the desolate steps to avoid the 2 rays of divine light. Then, he quickly approached the humanoid battle puppet, ready to launch a destructive attack at the humanoid battle puppet at any time. Without anyone controlling it, the Saint-Tier battle avatar could only act according to the ancient great's orders and protect this ancient palace. Although the battle puppet had saint-level power, it could not exert such power. The instinctive attacks of the battle puppet could not do anything to Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. He moved quickly in the void, constantly throwing punches, palm strikes, and kicks at the humanoid battle puppet. He was in complete control of the rhythm of the battle. Even so, it was difficult for Gu Fei to destroy the battle avatar. He couldn't break the power that was triggered by the Tao pattern on the battle avatar. All he could do was leave shallow fist and palm marks on the battle avatar. This was already very shocking. Even a half-step sage would find it difficult to leave a palm print on the body of a saint-level battle puppet. The power of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. With the imprint of the great Tao on his body, Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage body. This won't do. It seems like I'll have to use the supreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei made various attempts, but in the end, he could only shake his head. It was difficult to break the defense of the battle puppet with his fists. It should be known that the battle puppet's strength was saint level. Boss, don't be impulsive. You can completely control this battle puppet. He Tian saw that Gu Fei was about to use the supreme sacred weapon and hurriedly said, if he were to use his extreme path saint weapon, this saint-tier combat tool would be completely destroyed. This was not something that Erebus wanted to see. He still wanted to study this saint-tier puppet. This puppet technique had already disappeared for countless years. In the ancient times, this technique had already been lost. If he could comprehend the essence of this technique from this puppet, it would be a great harvest. It should be known that if there were thousands of battle puppets swarming forward, even a true sage would be shocked. This was a terrifying army that was invincible. You only said it now? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but have the urge to beat up He Tian. This guy was really hateful. He didn't say it earlier and only jumped out when he was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. It seemed like he was just watching a show. Boss, you just need to separate a strand of your divine sense into this battle puppet. He Tian didn't care so much and pointed out the weakness of this battle puppet. So simple. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't believe it. Using such a simple method to control a saint-tier battle avatar? No way. Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Countless years have passed. The mark of the ancient great sage on the core of this battle puppet has most likely dissipated. He Tian seemed to know the state of this battle puppet. Gu Fei was also puzzled. This upgraded battle puppet didn't seem to be able to display the power of a sage at all. It could only attack instinctively and didn't display any great techniques. If this battle puppet were to display a great technique of the sage level, Gu Fei would have been slain by this battle puppet. How could he fight this battle puppet endlessly? Maybe it's possible. Gu Fei was tempted. This was a battle puppet of the sage level. If he could insert a strand of his divine sense into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a clone of the sage level? If he had a clone of the sage level, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even the primordial Emperor Xian or the son of the Sky Demon. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately acted on this thought. A divine glow emerged from his glabella and a tiny figure walked out. This was Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit. The tiny figure that walked out from Gu Fei's glabella was a miniature version of Gu Fei. The tiny figure was surrounded by an immortal glow and a vast aura of the great Tao spread out. Chapter 1288. The appearance of the saint-level battle avatar made Gu Fei and He Tian feel a sense of danger. The battle avatar was extremely powerful. Its entire body was refined from inky spirit bamboo. Each piece of bamboo was as black as divine jade and was imprinted with great path divine patterns. Asterisk, 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 the battle avatar exuded a sacred aura. Even though the mountain and river cauldron above its head released a wisp of the sacred aura, it did not affect the battle avatar at all. This is bad. He Tian seemed to know how terrifying the battle avatar was. He immediately retreated far away. Even Gu Fei distanced himself from the battle avatar. The humanoid battle avatar walked out of the pitch-black ancient palace. The battle avatar was as tall as a real person. There was a ball of divine light flickering on its chest. Divine patterns were flickering, and there was a saint-level power condensing there. That was the core of the battle avatar, the source of its power. The battle avatar was not a human. It did not have a life, and was not afraid of any pressure or aura. Even if a supreme sage came, this battle avatar would still dare to attack a supreme sage. What should we do? He Tian knew that things were getting troublesome. With the saint-level battle avatar guarding the ancient palace, they could forget about entering unless they destroyed the battle avatar first. Just dismantle this damn thing. Although Gu Fei could sense the saint-level power from the battle avatar, it was not a real person after all. It should not be difficult to deal with. As he spoke, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the approaching battle puppet. The ferocious force of the punch shook the heavens and earth, almost shattering the space around it. Swoosh! The battle puppet instantly arrived in front of him, and similarly threw out a punch. The pitch-black fist that was like black jade directly met Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The two fists collided in an instant. It was like two mountains colliding, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void. The violent fist energy exploded from Gu Fei's fist. The battle avatar's fist also bloomed with a black light, and a terrifying power spread. Boom! With a loud bang, the void of the entire world collapsed in an instant. A destructive force swept out in all directions. Even the ancient palace behind the puppet trembled. Gu Fei and the battle puppet were sent flying at the same time, both of them retreating by the force of the other's attack. This is simply a saint weapon in human form. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The pieces of ink spirit bamboo on the combat puppet's body were really too hard. Could it be that this combat puppet was actually refined from the bamboo pieces of the Bamboo King? The ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo was born from the primal chaos. It was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. There was absolutely no ancestral root in this sea of bamboo, but there was a thriving Bamboo King. This kind of ink spirit bamboo was the king among them. It was not something that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could compare to. This kind of bamboo could be used to refine wood-type sacred weapons. But Bamboo Kings were very rare. Who knew how many bamboos were growing in this patch of ink spirit bamboo? Among the countless bamboos, a Bamboo King would be born. There were not many Bamboo Kings in this patch of ink spirit bamboo. There were only a few. There used to be Bamboo Kings among the bamboos around the ancient palace, but now they were all destroyed. Swoosh! A purple-gold divine light suddenly emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible, emitting a trace of Dao rhyme. He displayed one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique. He used the power of his spirit to form a Dao sword and slashed at the humanoid battle puppet in front of him. There was no soaring sword chi fluctuation, nor was there an earth-shattering attack. But this divine light had a terrifying power that could destroy the great Dao of heaven and earth. The speed of the primordial spirit Dao sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it swept across the void and slashed at the body of the humanoid battle puppet. On the humanoid battle puppet, various Dao patterns were flashing, triggering the power of a saint to protect itself. Almost a few of the Dao patterns that the ancient great sage had imprinted on it were destroyed. Boom! The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword. Then, it crashed into the wall of the ancient palace behind the battle puppet. The entire ancient palace shook. However, such an attack was still unable to destroy the Dao patterns that were imprinted on the battle puppet. The means of the ancient great sage of the human race were too unpredictable. How can we destroy this thing? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to He Tian. This was a saint-level battle puppet. It was extremely powerful, and there seemed to be no flaws on its body at all. That's easy. Just destroy the core in the chest of the battle puppet, and the battle puppet will stop, said He Tian. He knew the weakness of the battle puppet. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The body of the humanoid battle puppet was covered with Dao patterns. In particular, there were many formation patterns at the location of its heart. It was not an easy task to destroy the core in the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. Ancient Dao patterns appeared on the body of the humanoid battle puppet, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path. This made this battle tool even more powerful and terrifying. Swoosh! The humanoid battle puppet took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei in the next moment. Then, it stretched out its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head with lightning speed. Gu Fei took a step to the side and dodged. Then, he punched at the chest of the humanoid battle puppet. The fist force was mighty, and there were vague Dao patterns appearing on his fist. His physical body was extremely strong. He didn't flinch at all when facing the humanoid battle puppet head-on. The humanoid battle puppet didn't dodge. After being hit by Gu Fei's punch, the entire battle puppet flew thousands of feet away. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the battle puppet's body, dispelling the power of Gu Fei's punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch was enough to blow up a huge ancient mountain. However, such power couldn't completely cripple the battle puppet. Swoosh! 2 rays of green divine light shot out from the eyes of the humanoid battle puppet and pierced towards Gu Fei. The 2 rays of divine light emitted a saint-level power that made one's heart palpitate. Such power was still a threat to Gu Fei. He immediately used the desolate steps to avoid the two rays of divine light. Then, he quickly approached the humanoid battle puppet. He could launch a destructive attack at the humanoid battle puppet at any time. Without anyone controlling it, the Saint-Tier battle avatar could only act according to the ancient great's orders and protect this ancient palace. Although the battle puppet had saint-level power, it couldn't exert such power. The instinctive attacks of the battle puppet couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. He moved quickly in the void, constantly throwing punches, palm strikes, and kicks at the humanoid battle puppet. He was in complete control of the rhythm of the battle. Even so, it was difficult for Gu Fei to destroy the battle avatar. He couldn't break the power that was triggered by the Dao pattern on the battle avatar. All he could do was leave shallow fist and palm marks on the battle avatar. This was already very shocking. Even a half-step sage would find it difficult to leave a palm print on the body of a saint-level battle puppet. The power of Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. With the imprint of the great Dao on his body, Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage body. This won't do. It seems like I'll have to use the supreme sacred weapon. Gu Fei made various attempts, but in the end, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was difficult to break the defense of the battle puppet with his fists. It should be known that the strength of the battle puppet was saint level. Boss, don't be impulsive. You can completely control this battle puppet. He Tian hurriedly said when he saw that Gu Fei was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. If he were to use his extreme path saint weapon, this saint-tier combat tool would be completely destroyed. This was not something that Erebus wanted to see. He still wanted to study this saint-tier puppet. This puppet technique had disappeared for countless years. It had been lost since ancient times. If he could comprehend the essence of this technique from this battle puppet, it would be a great harvest. It should be known that if there were thousands of battle puppets swarming forward, even a true sage would be shocked. This was a terrifying army that was invincible. You're only telling me now? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but have the urge to beat up He Tian. This guy was really hateful. He didn't say anything earlier and only jumped out when he was about to use the supreme sacred weapon. It seemed like he was just watching a show. Boss, you just need to separate a strand of your divine sense into this battle puppet. He Tian didn't care so much and pointed out the weakness of this battle puppet. So simple. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't believe it. Using such a simple method to control a saint-tier battle avatar? No way. Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Countless years have passed. The mark of the ancient great sage on the core of this battle puppet has most likely dissipated. He Tian seemed to know the state of this battle puppet. Gu Fei was also puzzled. This upgraded battle puppet didn't seem to be able to display the power of a sage at all. It could only attack instinctively and didn't display any great techniques. If this battle puppet were to display a great technique of the sage level, Gu Fei would have been slain by this battle puppet. How could he fight this battle puppet endlessly? Maybe it's possible. Gu Fei was tempted. This was a battle puppet of the sage level. If he could insert a strand of his divine sense into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a sage-level clone? If he had a sage-level clone, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even the primordial Emperor Xian or the son of the Sky Demon. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately acted on this thought. A divine glow emerged from his glabella and a tiny figure walked out. This was Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit. The tiny figure that walked out from Gu Fei's glabella was a miniature version of Gu Fei. The tiny figure was surrounded by an immortal glow and a vast aura of the great Dao spread out. Chapter 1289. Gu Fei used a secret technique of the immortal path and split a strand of his will into the saint-level battle avatar that was charging towards him. He wanted to take control of this battle avatar. This is, when Gu Fei's strand of will entered the battle avatar immediately stopped. The core in the battle avatar's mouth shone with dazzling divine light. Gu Fei's will transformed into an illusory figure inside the battle avatar's body. He arrived near the core of the battle avatar, and then he saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. An extremely blurry figure was sitting cross-legged inside the fist-sized core. One could vaguely tell that it was an old man. This is the remnant will of an ancient great sage? Gu Fei did not dare to act rashly. Although the figure in the battle avatar's core seemed like it could dissipate at any time, he still felt a trace of danger. On the core, ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible. The Tao patterns were imprinted in the void and spread across the entire battle avatar, allowing the battle avatar to achieve eternity. The reason why this battle avatar could be preserved after so many years was because it was imprinted with the Tao patterns of the divine path. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique, was mysterious and unfathomable. A strand of Gu Fei's will broke through the layers of Tao patterns and arrived in front of the battle avatar's core. Just as Gu Fei's will approached the core, the illusory old man sitting cross-legged inside the core suddenly opened his eyes. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that a strand of remnant consciousness that was about to dissipate could still be awakened. An aura of the great Tao immediately surged out from the core of his heart. The remnant will of an ancient great sage was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's strand of will almost dissipated. The aura from the core made Gu Fei feel like he was facing an unreachable divine mountain. He could only look up to it. In front of this wisp of remnant consciousness of an ancient great sage, Gu Fei could feel how insignificant he was. This was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, and yet, it was able to make Gu Fei feel this way. If this was in the ancient times, I really wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. But it's different now. Gu Fei was extremely determined. Even if he was facing a real sage, he probably wouldn't submit, let alone a remnant will. Bang! The illusory figure condensed from Gu Fei's spiritual force punched out. He used the power of his essence soul to demonstrate the profoundness of the flawless 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left behind by the ancient great sage in the battle avatar's heart core and take control of it. The power of the 5 elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left by the ancient great sage in the core of the battle puppet. Although it was almost dissipated, it was still a remnant will of an ancient great sage. When it was attacked, it naturally reacted instinctively. The Tao patterns on the core of the battle puppet lit up. The aura of the great sage was vast. It dissolved the punch from Gu Fei's will. Moreover, the divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's will. The patterns on the battle avatar's core lit up. The aura of the great path was vast, and it dissolved Gu Fei's divine will punch. Moreover, the divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's divine will. If he was hit by these Tao patterns, Gu Fei's strand of divine sense would definitely be scattered on the spot. The blurry figure quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the Tao patterns. He then made his move. The power of the primordial spirit turned into a Tao sword. It broke through the layers of Tao patterns and slashed into the core of the battle puppet. This Tao sword was formed by the power of the primordial spirit. It contained a wisp of the power of the great Tao. It could slash anything, be it tangible or intangible. The primordial spirit Tao sword could slash everything in the world. The remnant will of an ancient great sage in the core of the battle puppet was immediately destroyed by the Tao sword. The remnant will of an ancient great sage was already on the verge of dissipating. Gu Fei's attack only increased the dissipation of the remnant will of an ancient great sage. Without much effort, Gu Fei's wisp of divine will successfully entered the Saint-grade battle puppet. Gu Fei was very surprised. Gu Fei originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort before he could completely enter the Saint-grade battle puppet. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Boom! The moment Gu Fei took control of the puppet, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted from the puppet's body. The puppet's power had been unleashed. The core of the battle puppet was actually a void. It allowed the primordial spirit to enter and control the entire Saint-grade battle tool. It could display supreme power. Congratulations, boss. Upon seeing this, Erebus hurriedly rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. Such a Saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably precious. Once the primordial spirit entered it, it would be able to contend against a saint. Haha, Gu Fei laughed heartily. With this saint-grade battle puppet, he could go anywhere in the heaven domain. He wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Bang! He controlled the battle puppet to punch out. The void in front of the fist immediately collapsed. A pitch-black spatial rupture appeared and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Too powerful. Heition couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was just a casual punch, but it was able to shatter a region of space. It was a display of such great power. Who could resist such power? Gufei had yet to familiarize himself with this battle puppet and couldn't fully control it for now. Even so, he could already challenge the primordial Emperor Xian and the heavenly demon lineage. When Gufei successfully entered the battle puppet, the roars of tigers and dragons resounded from the ancient palace ahead. This caused everyone to be shocked. The roars of tigers and dragons are completed. Could it be that the legendary myriad universe cauldron is still refining it? Gufei was secretly startled. The sounds coming from the ancient palace indicated that someone was refining a pill. Furthermore, the pill had already taken form. This cauldron of pill refinement was already heaven-defying. After countless years, this cauldron of pill refinement was finally completed. This kind of pill refinement definitely had a heaven-defying effect. Swish! A figure flashed, and Heition was the first to rush in. At this time, a fragrance wafted out from the ancient palace, causing one's blood to boil. Gufei couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, this was a world created by an ancient great sage. If it was in the heaven realm, the fragrance coming from the ancient palace would definitely attract a large group of people to fight for it. Bang! A figure flew out from the ancient palace. It was unknown what hit Heition, but this time, the right side of his face was swollen, and he spat out a few teeth. Damn it! On the right side of Heition's face, there was a palm print. It was obvious that this fellow had suffered inside and was slapped out of the ancient palace. There's a saint-tier battle puppet inside? Gufei was bewildered. Fortunately, there was an unlucky fellow like Heition to scout the way. Otherwise, if he had rashly rushed into the ancient palace, he would have been the one slapped out. Roar! I didn't see clearly. Heition didn't even see the other party's appearance, and he was already slapped out of the ancient palace. This made him extremely sullen, as this was simply impossible. One had to know that Heition was now a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from breaking through his current realm and becoming a Tao-severing almighty. The heaven realm? Even Heition didn't see clearly what hit him out. How could Gufei know what kind of killing move was set up in the ancient palace? Oomph! Gufei sneered. He directly controlled the battle tool and rushed into the ancient palace. It was pitch black inside the ancient palace, and visibility was very low. His true body was still outside, and he didn't want to take risks. With this saint-tier battle puppet, he didn't have any scruples. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came, he would be able to fight against him. With this battle tool refined from the inky spirit bamboo, Gufei could challenge any Arch. Even if he were to face a half-saint, he would be able to kill them. Very quickly, there were powerful waves coming from the ancient palace. Gufei's battle puppet was fighting with an unknown existence, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Rumble! The entire ancient palace was shaking, and the roars of tigers and dragons were deafening. Inside the ancient palace, there was a vast amount of spiritual qi. The saint-tier battle puppet that Gufei was controlling was constantly attacking. Boom! The battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden energy immediately lit up the heaven and earth. The pitch-black ancient palace was illuminated by the golden light. One could vaguely see an ancient cauldron inside the ancient palace. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusory images of dragons and tigers. Bursts of fragrance were coming from that ancient cauldron. If there was no accident, that ancient cauldron should be the legendary myriad heaven and earth cauldron of the human race. Heition was surprised to see that the ones fighting against Gufei's battle puppet were the 18 people. The 18 people were originally sitting cross-legged around the ancient cauldron, but at this time, the 18 people were attacking Gufei's battle puppet. Gufei's battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden fist energy immediately exploded 3 people. The other people couldn't resist Gufei's fist energy and were all sent flying. The Saint-Tier battle puppet stretched out its hand and directly grabbed the ancient cauldron. The myriad heaven and earth cauldron was surrounded by immortal qi and Tao patterns. Auspicious qi descended from the sky, showing a trace of saintly might. However, this had no effect on Gu Fei's battle puppet. Buzz! The myriad heaven and earth cauldron shook fiercely, and a circle of visible spatial ripples spread from the ancient cauldron. This force was so powerful that Gu Fei's battle puppet was immediately sent flying. Gu Fei was really shocked. This was a flawless great sage sacred weapon, and it was not sealed by a great sage. It could display the power of a great sage, and even a Saint-Tier battle puppet was sent flying. At this time, the green gas surged, and the three people that were blown up by Gu Fei's battle puppet once again condensed from the myriad heaven and earth cauldron. Their flesh and bones were reconstructed, and they came out again. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would not be destroyed. The 18 people and the myriad heaven and earth cauldron coexisted. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would be difficult to kill. What should I do? Chapter 1290. Gu Fei used a secret technique of the immortal path and split a strand of his will into the saint-level battle avatar that was charging towards him. He wanted to take control of this battle avatar. When Gu Fei's strand of will entered the battle avatar immediately stopped. The core in the battle avatar's mouth shone with dazzling divine light. Gu Fei's will transformed into an illusory figure inside the battle avatar's body. He arrived near the core of the battle avatar, and then he saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. Inside the fist-sized core, there was an extremely blurry figure sitting cross-legged. He could vaguely see that it was an old man. This is the remnant will of an ancient great sage? Gu Fei did not dare to act rashly. Although the figure in the battle avatar's core seemed to be on the verge of dissipating, he still felt a trace of danger. On the core of the battle avatar, ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible. The Tao patterns were imprinted in the void and spread across the entire battle avatar, allowing this battle avatar to achieve eternity. The reason why this battle avatar could still be preserved after so many years was that it was imprinted with the Tao patterns of the Great Path. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly seizing secret technique, was mysterious and unfathomable. A strand of Gu Fei's will broke through the layers of Tao patterns and arrived in front of the battle avatar's core. Just as Gu Fei's will approached the core of the battle avatar, the illusory old man sitting cross-legged in the core suddenly opened his eyes. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that a strand of will that was on the verge of dissipating could still awaken. An aura of the Great Path immediately surged out from the core of the battle avatar. The remnant consciousness of an ancient great sage was terrifying to the extreme. Gu Fei's strand of consciousness almost dissipated. The vast aura emanating from the core of the battle puppet made Gu Fei feel as though he was facing a divine mountain that was too high to climb, and he could only look up to it. In front of this wisp of remnant consciousness of the ancient great sage, Gu Fei felt how insignificant he was. This was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, but it gave Gu Fei such a feeling. If it was in the ancient times, I really wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. But it's different now. Gu Fei's heart was incomparably firm. Even if he faced a true saint, he probably wouldn't submit, let alone a remnant thought. Bam! The illusory figure condensed from Gu Fei's divine will punched forward. He used the power of his essence soul to display the profoundness of the flawless 5 elements fist. The power of the 5 elements surged forward. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the imprint left behind by the ancient great sage in the battle puppet's heart core and completely take control of it. Swish! The great Tao filled the air. Wisps of Tao Qi were emitted from the battle puppet's heart core. The remnant thought of the ancient great sage was making its final resistance. Although it was almost dissipated, it was still a wisp of the ancient great sage's remnant thought. When it was attacked, it naturally reacted instinctively. The Tao patterns on the battle puppet's heart core lit up. The aura of the great Tao was vast. It dissolved the punch that Gu Fei's divine will had thrown out. Furthermore, Divine patterns rushed out from the core and imprinted themselves on Gu Fei's divine will. If it was hit by these Dao patterns, Gu Fei's divine will would definitely be scattered on the spot. The blurry figure quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the Dao patterns. He then directly attacked. The power of his essence soul turned into a Dao sword. It broke through the layers of Dao patterns and directly slashed into the battle puppet's heart core. This kind of Dao sword, condensed from the power of the essence soul, contained a wisp of the great Dao. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, it could cut through everything. The essence soul Dao sword could cut through everything in the world. The wisp of the ancient great sage's remnant thought within the battle puppet's heart core was immediately destroyed by the Dao sword. That remnant thought was already about to dissipate. Gu Fei's attack only increased the dissipation of the remnant thought left behind by the great sage. Without much effort, Gu Fei's strand of divine sense successfully entered the saint-grade battle avatar, causing Gu Fei to be very surprised. Gu Fei originally thought that he would have to spend some effort before he could completely enter the saint-class battle puppet. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Boom! The moment Gu Fei took control of the puppet, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted from the puppet's body. The puppet's power had been unleashed. The battle puppet's heart core was actually a void. It could allow the essence soul to enter and then control the entire saint-class battle tool. It could display supreme power. Congratulations, boss. Upon seeing this, Erebus hurriedly rushed over from afar and congratulated Gu Fei. Such a saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably precious. Once the primordial spirit entered it, it would be able to contend against a saint. Haha, Gu Fei laughed heartily. With this saint-class battle puppet, he could go anywhere in the heaven domain. He wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Bang! He controlled the battle puppet to punch out. The void in front of the fist immediately collapsed. A pitch-black spatial rupture appeared and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Too powerful. Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was just a casual punch, but it was able to shatter the void and display such great power. Who could contend against such power? Gu Fei had yet to familiarize himself with this battle puppet and couldn't fully control it for the time being. Even so, he could already challenge the primordial Emperor Xian and the heavenly demon lineage. When Gu Fei successfully entered the battle puppet, the roars of tigers and dragons resounded from the ancient palace ahead. This caused everyone to be shocked. The roars of tigers and dragons are completed. Could it be that the legendary myriad universe cauldron is still refining it? Gu Fei was secretly startled. The sounds coming from the ancient palace indicated that someone was refining a pill. Furthermore, the pill had already taken shape. A cauldron of pills had already been refined to this point. Its essence was already heaven-defying. After countless years, this cauldron of pills was finally refined successfully. This kind of pill definitely had a heaven-defying effect. Swish! A figure flashed, and Tian was the first to rush in. At this time, waves of fragrance spread out from the ancient palace. Anyone who smelled it would feel their blood boiling, causing Gu Fei to frown. Fortunately, this was a world created by an ancient great sage. If it was in the heaven realm, the fragrance coming from the ancient palace would definitely attract a large group of people to fight for it. Bang! A figure flew out from the ancient palace. It was unknown what hit Tian, but this time, the right side of his face was swollen, and he spat out a few teeth. Damn it! On the right side of Tian's face, there was a palm print. It was obvious that this fellow had suffered inside and was slapped out of the ancient palace. There's a saint-ranked battle puppet inside? Gu Fei was bewildered. Fortunately, there was an unlucky fellow like Tian to scout the way. Otherwise, if he had rashly rushed into the ancient palace, he would have been the one slapped out. Roar! I didn't see clearly. Tian didn't even see the other party's appearance, and he was already slapped out of the ancient palace. This made him extremely sullen, as this was simply impossible. One had to know that Tian was now a half-step almighty. He was only half a step away from breaking through his current realm and becoming a Dao-severing almighty. The heaven realm? Even Tian didn't see clearly what had slapped him out. How could Gu Fei know what kind of killing move was set up in the ancient palace? Gu Fei sneered. He directly controlled the battle tool and rushed into the ancient palace. It was pitch black inside the ancient palace, and visibility was very low. His true body was still outside, and he didn't want to take risks. With this saint-ranked battle puppet, he didn't have any scruples. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came, he would be able to fight against him. With this battle tool refined from the inky spirit bamboo, Gu Fei could challenge any arch. Even if he were to face a half-saint, he would be able to kill them. Very quickly, there were powerful waves coming from the ancient palace. Gu Fei's battle puppet was fighting with an unknown existence, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Rumble. The entire ancient palace was shaking, and the roars of tigers and dragons were deafening. Inside the ancient palace, there was a vast amount of spiritual qi. The saint-ranked battle puppet that Gu Fei was controlling was constantly attacking. Boom! The battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden energy immediately lit up the heaven and earth. The pitch-black ancient palace was illuminated by the golden light. One could vaguely see an ancient cauldron inside the ancient palace. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusory images of dragons and tigers. Bursts of fragrance came from that ancient cauldron. If there was no accident, that ancient cauldron should be the legendary myriad heaven and earth cauldron of the human race. He Tian was surprised to see that the ones fighting against Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet were actually the 18 people. The 18 people were originally sitting cross-legged around the ancient cauldron, but at this time, all 18 people were attacking Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet. Gu Fei's battle puppet blasted out a punch, and the golden fist energy immediately exploded 3 people. The other people couldn't resist Gu Fei's fist energy and were all sent flying. The saint-ranked battle puppet stretched out its hand and directly grabbed the ancient cauldron. The myriad heaven and earth cauldron was surrounded by immortal qi. Tao patterns emerged, and auspicious qi descended from the sky, showing a trace of saint's power. However, this had no effect on Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet. Buzz! The myriad heaven and earth cauldron shook fiercely, and a circle of visible spatial ripples spread from the ancient cauldron. This force was so powerful that Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet was immediately sent flying. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This was a flawless great sage holy weapon. Moreover, it wasn't sealed by a great sage. It could display the power of a great sage. Even a sage-level battle puppet was sent flying by it. At this time, the green gas surged, and the 3 people who were blown up by Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle puppet once again condensed from the myriad heaven and earth cauldron. Their flesh and bones were reconstructed, and they came out again. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would not be destroyed. The 18 people and the myriad heaven and earth cauldron coexisted. As long as the myriad heaven and earth cauldron was not destroyed, the 18 people would be difficult to destroy. What should I do? Chapter 1291. There was nothing else on display in the spacious hall, except for an ancient cauldron. This ancient cauldron was similar to Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. However, this ancient cauldron was not a bronze cauldron, but a black one. It was pitch black and engraved with lines of the Grand Tao, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. It gave off an ancient aura. There's nothing here, just an ancient cauldron. When He Tian caught sight of the ancient cauldron in the middle of the hall, his eyes lit up. Needless to say, this ancient cauldron was none other than the universal medicine cauldron that was crafted by the great sage of the ancient times. The myriad drug cauldron was very famous in the ancient era. It was a supreme treasure refined by an alchemy saint of the human race. It could refine the world's most precious divine pills. Legend said that this cauldron was something that the great saint had entered the boundless starry sky to find primal chaos black gold. He had spent over 1,000 years to refine it. The ancient cauldron contained the grand Tao imprints of the great saints. It was countless times stronger than the saint weapons refined by ordinary saints. They couldn't be compared. It had to be known that great saints were existences just a step away from the extreme Tao fruit. They were practically invincible in the heavens and earth. Only saints of the extreme Tao could suppress them. Buzz. The myriad medicines cosmos cauldron trembled, and 18 terrifying figures stood around it, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. The bodies of the 18 herbmen began to change. The dark green light began to fade and gradually disappeared into the herbmen. Strands of black chi began to emerge from the herbmen's bodies. Not good. The 18 medicinal men have turned into poison men. Legend has it that this kind of poison can even poison a saint. Heition was incomparably shocked by this scene. This ancient cauldron was miraculous to the extreme. It seized the fortune of the heavens and the earth, and it could even evolve yin and yang within it. When refining medicine, this was a supreme cauldron that could refine a myriad of medicines and peerless divine pills. But when facing an enemy, this ancient cauldron could instead transform into a myriad poison universe cauldron. Very quickly, the black gas enveloped the 18 alchemists. They had completely transformed into 18 poison men. A terrifying aura spread out from them, causing people's hair to stand on end. Myriad poison man? When Gu Fei saw this, he was also incomparably shocked. This was a poisonous man that could even poison a saint. He did not dare to be careless. If he was touched by the poisonous gas on the poisonous man's body, even his emperor martial body might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, the 18 poison men only stood around the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron and did not come out from the ancient temple. It seemed like the 18 poison men were guarding the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. Meanwhile, at this time, auspicious clouds curled up in the sky above the ancient palace, auspicious energy in thousands of streaks. Within the multicolored immortal light, there were streaks of dragon shadows spiraling about, divine phoenixes soaring about. A heavenly phenomenon has descended. The peerless divine pill nurtured by the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron is about to be born, said Heition. The divine pill nurtured by the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron would definitely be at a heaven-defying level. In the face of such a cauldron of divine pills, no one could remain calm. Heition's eyes lit up as he stared at the black cauldron in the middle of the hall. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. This was an unforgettable scene. It was too shocking. In the void, one could even hear the roars of dragons and phoenixes. At this time, the black cauldron in the middle of the ancient palace began to gradually emit a dazzling divine light. Imprints of the Great Path were faintly discernible. The aura of the Great Path permeated between heaven and earth. Above the entire myriad medicine cosmos cauldron, the power of the Great Path was condensing. A peerless divine pill in the cauldron was about to be born. This was using the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth to refine pills. Such a method could only be done by an ancient alchemy saint. Apart from the ancient alchemy saint, there had never been a second person who could refine pills like this. This great sage of the human race had displayed the Tao of alchemy cauldron to the peak and became a saint. He became an alchemy saint in the world, the only alchemy saint. Even the mountain and river cauldron floating high in the sky could not suppress this heavenly phenomenon. The peerless divine pill was about to be born. Heaven and earth sensed it and sent down a phenomenon. Gu Fei didn't do anything else. He hadn't expected the ancient alchemy saint to leave behind a cauldron of peerless divine pills. Furthermore, this cauldron was condensing the power of the Great Path at this time and was about to take shape. This kind of divine pill that contained the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth was definitely a peerless divine medicine for a half-step saint. It could help people comprehend the Great Path. Boss, we've struck it rich this time. We've struck it rich? Heition was incomparably excited. This kind of divine pill was also very beneficial to him. Perhaps he would be able to successfully sever his Tao if he took one of these pills. My ass. Remember to split it 60-40. 60% of these things are mine, said Gu Fei. He was also very excited and expectant, but he didn't show his state of mind. Afterwards, Gu Fei communicated with the mountain and river cauldron and had it retract its strand of divine power. He and Heition retreated 100 miles away and quietly waited to the side. The mountain and river cauldron was still floating high in the sky, suppressing the world and preventing the peerless divine pill from flying away. This kind of peerless divine pill might have already gained sentience. The ancient palace was gradually enveloped by divine light. Nothing inside could be seen clearly. The myriad medicine cauldron was resonating with the great path, and a strange phenomenon descended from the sky, drowning out everything. Even Gu Fei with his martial Dao, heavenly eye, and He Tian with his yin-yang divine eye couldn't see clearly at this time. The power of the great path had blocked out everything. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. Heaven and earth resonated, and the myriad medicine cauldron shook with heavenly sounds of the great path. A medicinal fragrance that could make one's bones and tendons wafted out. The myriad medicine cauldron of the ancient human race had completely awakened. A saintly aura that could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged out of the phenomenon. The entire world was on the verge of collapsing, and this part of the world almost turned into primal chaos. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and strands of primal chaos chi fell from it. Each strand was as heavy as 100,000 ancient divine mountains. It froze the space within 1,000 miles, sealing the boundless saintly aura. Gu Fei and He Tian were 100 miles away. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they still felt their souls tremble. In front of the saintly aura of a human great sage, they were as weak as ants. Too terrifying. If it weren't for the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the surroundings, this divine land would have collapsed, said He Tian with fear. The power of an ancient great sage was truly too terrifying. It could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Ancient great sages could grab the stars and the moon. They were practically omnipotent. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. The power of a great sage could already be called invincible. Just how powerful was a great sage? Gu Fei shook his head. Without reaching that realm, he would never be able to understand just how powerful an ancient great sage was. Chapter 1292. The cauldron of myriad medicines emitted the heavenly sound of the Grand Tao. The nurturing of the peerless divine pill was at its most critical juncture, but at this moment, Gu Fei sensed something. Pow's what, at this time? Gu Fei's face changed greatly, revealing a look of disbelief. It was as if he had sensed something unbelievable, causing him to be indescribably shocked. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Gu Fei's expression, He Tian was also startled. It should be known that few things could shock his boss like this. Yen is about to cross the tribulation, Gu Fei said. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was condensing in his Dantian's inner world. Black tribulation clouds appeared above a valley in his inner world. Someone had severed the Tao, causing tribulation clouds to descend from the void. Yen hearing this, He Tian couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Yen had been in seclusion in Gu Fei's inner world for many years, trying to break through to the almighty realm. Was she finally going to sever the Tao now? He never imagined that Yen would be the first among them to sever the Tao. It seemed that the heaven-defying divine pill she had refined had really made her cultivation break through to another world. Gu Fei was moved. His inner world was not a place to undergo tribulation. If Yen really triggered the tribulation in his inner world, it would be a disaster. Swoosh. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the distance. The tribulation triggered by the Tao was definitely not simple. He wanted to move Yen out of his inner world. 8 desolation steps was unparalleled in the world. In just an instant, Gu Fei rushed thousands of miles away and came to a stop in the middle of a mountain. He landed on a spiritual peak and sat on a large rock at the peak. He began to draw upon the force of the heavens and earth in his Dantian. Immediately, a strange ripple appeared from his Dantian. Rumble! The void trembled and the void in front of Gu Fei shattered. Another world appeared and a terrifying wave immediately spread out from that world. When He Tian saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei was moving the entire valley out of his inner world. The heavenly tribulation's aura immediately filled the entire area. The heavens and earth sensed it and sent down an even more powerful pressure. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Even Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. It should be noted that the world Gu Fei and the others were in was a world created by the great saints of the ancient human race. It was 10 times vaster than Gu Fei's inner world. The void was shattering, and a valley with a circumference of 7 to 8 miles appeared in front of Gu Fei and Erebus' eyes from behind the shattered void. It was extremely strenuous for Gu Fei. This was the greatest power of the heavens and earth that he could mobilize. With his current cultivation and strength, this was the most he could do. The entire valley broke through the void and entered the world created by the great saints of the ancient times. The power of the heavens and earth was vast and mighty. The valley descended from the sky and landed among the mountains. A wave of Tao power condensed in the valley. Yin had successfully cut her Tao. A powerful aura spread out from the valley, making people's hearts tremble. In the heaven realm, this was the emperor's might. The emperor who cut his Tao was a hero who could dominate an area and become the ruler of that area. He could control the life and death of everyone. Gu Fei did not expect that Yin would successfully cut her Tao at this time. Yin also cultivated the Tao of alchemy cauldron. Could it be that she was related to the ancient alchemy sage here? At this time, the wind and clouds gathered. Black tribulation clouds surged from all directions and then gathered above the valley in the middle of the mountains. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the pitch-black tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was condensing. Terrible lightning began to appear in the tribulation clouds. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A bright and dazzling lightning instantly cut through the void and struck down from the tribulation clouds. It swept through a spiritual mountain, and the entire spiritual mountain collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew through the sky in the mountain, and there was a sudden chaos. Gu Fei closed his inner world and then stood up from the boulder. He retreated far away. He did not want to cross the tribulation now. However, he also sensed the heavens tribulation that Yin had triggered. In the unseen world, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. The power of the heavens and earth seemed to descend on his body. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. With his current state, he could cut his Tao at any time. He could trigger the heavens tribulation at any time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. He Tian also retreated. The tribulation of the heavens and earth could only be resisted by Yin alone. In this way, she could obtain the approval of the heavens and earth. No one could help her with the heavens tribulation of the severing Tao. She could only cross the tribulation by herself. If she relied on external forces to cross the tribulation, she would not be tempered. In this way, there might be hidden dangers. Rumble. The black tribulation clouds fell from the sky and enveloped the entire valley. It also enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts tremble. The power of the heavens and earth was vast and boundless. It would give people the illusion that it was impossible to resist. If one's state of mind was unstable, their fighting spirit would be obliterated, and they would most likely fail to cross the tribulation. When crossing the tribulation, the state of mind was the most important. This was Gu Fei's experience. He maintained an indomitable state of mind. He was invincible. No matter how powerful the power of the heavens and earth was, it would not be able to shake his strong heart. Dazzling bolts of lightning were like huge dragons. They pierced through the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each bolt of lightning emitted a destructive aura. This was a way of releasing the power of the heavens and earth. From time to time, bolts of lightning as large as mountains would strike down from the tribulation clouds. These were destructive lightning bolts. Wherever they passed, the void would be torn apart. Entire mountains would be instantly turned to dust. The heavenly tribulation was condensing. A terrifying power spread in all directions. The black tribulation clouds almost pressed down to the ground. At this time, the life aura in the valley became more and more exuberant. Boom! With a loud bang, a cave in the valley suddenly exploded. A figure soared into the sky and flew below the tribulation cloud. He raised his head and looked at the tribulation cloud. It's Yin. When Gu Fei saw that jade-green figure, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. It was a fairy, ethereal and elegant. It was as if she did not eat the food of the mortal world. At this time, this fairy's body emitted a boundless celestial light. Rays of divine light circled around her like lightning. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty. Chapter 1293. Heavenly tribulation was an abso-tribulation that heaven and earth had sensed. This was a kind of tempering that heaven and earth gave to the cultivator. If the cultivator could survive this heavenly tribulation, the cultivator could obtain the recognition of heaven and earth. If the cultivator couldn't survive this tribulation, then there was only one ending for the cultivator, and that was to be destroyed in body and soul. The cultivator would completely disappear from heaven and earth, unable to even become a ghost. After Yin took the heaven-defying divine pill, she had been in seclusion for a long time, trying to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. At this time, she finally succeeded in cutting her Tao. The pitch-black abso-tribulation clouds pressed down from the sky, and the terrifying abso power of heaven and earth spread in all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, Gu Fei and the others still felt their souls tremble. Rumble. In the pitch-black tribulation clouds, dazzling abso lightning flashed constantly, and the deafening abso sound of thunder shook the heaven and earth. Below the tribulation clouds, a fairy looked up. Her extraordinary abso face didn't have the slightest bit of abso fear. There were 9 immortal lights circling around Yin-Er. On her abso body, blurry abso Tao patterns appeared faintly, intertwining with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Tao rhymes circulated. Yin-Er, who had succeeded in cutting her Tao abso, was different from before. Her abso temperament had changed greatly. It was as if she was standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the common people. Gu Fei was a little uneasy because Yin-Er's abso medicine king cauldron had already exploded when she was refining the heaven-defying divine pill. She didn't have a protective abso treasure on her, so she had one less thing to rely on to pass the tribulation. Cultivators all had a life-related abso treasure. This was a cultivator's protective abso treasure. It could be used to attack the enemy, and it could also be used to resist the heavenly tribulation. It had to be known that no cultivator would be as abnormal as Gu Fei. He could use his body to resist the heavenly tribulation and draw the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his physical body and martial body abso. For cultivators who weren't martial artists, attracting the heavenly tribulation was tantamount to committing suicide. On this side, Yin-Er was preparing to cross her tribulation. On the other side, in the abso region where the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron was located, a terrible abso thing was also happening. The abso peerless divine pill in the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron had finally formed. All the visions of heaven and earth entered the ancient temple and the cauldron of medicine and heaven and earth. Countless imprints of the great path intertwined, and the power of the great path surged. Just as a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, a lightning tribulation descended. There were no tribulation clouds, and the lightning seemed to appear out of nowhere. Streaks of 5-colored lightning bolts that were as large as mountain ridges bombarded the ancient palace. That's the power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. It was just the birth of a cauldron of divine pill abso, but it had attracted the 5 elements lightning tribulation. This was too inconceivable. One must know that the 5 elements lightning tribulation was not an ordinary abso lightning tribulation. This kind of lightning tribulation was very rare. The 5 elements lightning tribulation had a total of 5 layers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 kinds of forces condensed into 5-colored lightning bolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded down from the void. The destructive abso power tore apart the heaven and earth. Even the ancient abso palace began to crack, as if it would collapse at any time. The 5-colored abso lightning directly broke the roof of the ancient palace and hit the abso myriad medicine cosmos cauldron inside the ancient palace. At this time, the 18 medicinal men had already disappeared without a trace. The myriad medicine cosmos cauldron was completely submerged by the 5-colored abso lightning the moment the 5 elements lightning tribulation struck. However, the abso medicinal fragrance from the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron became even more intense. The 5 elements rotated, and a total of 5 layers of lightning tribulations fell from the heaven and earth. Each layer of lightning tribulations tore the entire heaven and earth apart. The area within a 10-li radius of the ancient palace was completely scorched. Innumerable abxo inky spirit bamboo were destroyed by the lightning. The 5-colored lightning swept across a large area. This made Tion's heart ache incomparably when he saw the abxo. One must know that these were divine materials used to refine an emperor's divine weapon. Among them was the abxo inky spirit bamboo king, which could be used to refine an almighty divine weapon. It was a divine material that was hard to find even in the heavenly realm. The power of the 5 elements wreaked havoc for half an hour before it gradually dissipated. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth had almost destroyed the ancient palace. The abxo roof of the ancient palace had been completely lifted, leaving only the walls and some pillars. This was an ancient palace that was branded with Tao patterns. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to be preserved. However, now, after experiencing the 5 elements' lightning tribulation, the abxo Tao patterns on the walls and pillars of the ancient palace had already dimmed. The power of the great Tao was about to be obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron floating high in the sky, stabilizing the heaven and earth, the 5 layers of the abxo 5 elements lightning tribulation would have already sunk the entire region. It's not over yet. Gu Fei was shocked. Looking at the abxo void above the ancient palace, he could feel an abxo energy that was even more terrifying and powerful than the 5 elements lightning tribulation condensing rapidly. In the sky above the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron, traces of chaotic qi were gathering. A destructive abxo aura made Gu Fei and Tion's hearts palpitate. After the 5 elements lightning tribulation, will there be a chaos divine tribulation? Tion's abxo voice was trembling. The chaos divine tribulation was one of the strongest abxo, heavenly tribulations in the world. Once this kind of heavenly tribulation descended, the heaven and earth would most likely return to chaos. At this time, Yin Er's abxo heavenly tribulation had been brewing for half an hour, and it finally began to show its might. Boom! A huge abxo lightning bolt struck down from the tribulation cloud, connecting the sky and earth, emitting a destructive abxo aura, striking towards Yin Er below. Buzz! Yin Er manifested her own Tao, and a black abxo ancient cauldron appeared above her abxo head. The ancient cauldron swallowed the heaven and earth, sucking in the huge abxo lightning bolt. This wasn't the real abxo divine cauldron, but an abxo shadow created by her own Tao energy. However, it still possessed a great abxo divine might, capable of devouring the heaven and earth. This, Gu Fei and Tion were shocked to see Yin Er's abxo technique. The abxo divine cauldron that Yin Er manifested was almost identical to the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron. Could it be that the abxo pill gate of the human realm was the abxo Tao passed down by the great sage alchemy, saint of the ancient era? The abxo sect that had produced the ancient great sage shouldn't have been nearly extinct. The abxo pill cauldron sect in the human realm was simply too weak. Up until now, only Yin Er was left. Now that Yin Er had entered the heaven realm, the abxo pill gate of the human realm was truly abxo Tao broken. Rumble! The heaven and earth unleashed their might. Terrifying abxo lightning bolts emitted a heart-palpitating abxo destructive aura as they struck down from the sky. They were like a huge abxo dragon formed by the lightning bolts, all of them rushing towards Yin Er. Yin Er's body was surrounded by immortal light. The 9 immortal lights were incomparably dazzling. She waved her hands and manifested an immortal technique. A black cauldron floated above her abxo head, absorbing all the descending abxo lightning bolts. Chapter 1294. Wong. The black cauldron was shaking. Thousands of lightning bolts were swallowed by the black cauldron and refined by it. This was a terrifying technique. Gu Fei and Tion were shocked to see this scene. The technique that Yin Er had conjured could actually fight against the lightning tribulation that was descending from the heavens. The lightning tribulation was exploding. Every inch of the void was filled with the aura of destruction. The heavens and earth were enraged. Even more powerful lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds. Every bolt of lightning tore through the void, shattering the heavens and earth. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left, only pitch-black spatial cracks. The black cauldron conjured by Yin displayed great power. Like the real cauldron of myriad medicines, it actually swallowed all the lightning bolts that struck down from the tribulation clouds into the cauldron. After severing her Tao, Yin Er's strength was too strong. She conjured a technique of the immortal Tao and resisted the heavenly tribulation alone. This kind of power was admirable. While Yin was resisting the heavenly tribulation, the cauldron of divine pills left behind by the great sage of the human race was also undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This was the legendary pill tribulation. Only when a heaven-defying divine pill was born would the heavens and earth sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation. The divine pill left behind by the medicine sage was refined using the cauldron of myriad medicines. It was extraordinary in itself. It could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and He Tian were not surprised. At this time, the five elements lightning tribulation passed and the chaos lightning tribulation descended. Streaks of chaotic lightning filled with the power of destruction descended from the sky, striking down on the cauldron of myriad medicines below. This was the power of chaos. It could destroy everything, including the void. As the chaotic lightning descended, the already dilapidated ancient palace collapsed on the spot. Even the marks of the Tao were not enough. Under the bombardment of the chaotic lightning, the ancient palace only lasted for a few minutes before it was completely destroyed. The chaotic lightning drowned the cauldron of myriad medicines. The area where the cauldron of myriad medicines was located immediately turned into chaos. The void of the heavens and earth was torn apart. Nothing was left behind. The mountain and river cauldron that floated in the sky was also shaking. Primordial chaos chi descended from above, stabilizing the entire area and sealing the vast chaotic power of destruction. If it wasn't for the mountain river cauldron sealing off the surroundings, the area within a 1,000-mile radius would have been turned into chaos if the chaotic destructive force had not spread out. Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but shiver when they saw this. Chaotic force could obliterate everything. Probably only saint weapons imprinted with the laws of the world could resist this destructive power. The cauldron of myriad medicines was nurturing a divine pill in the primordial chaos. This was the cauldron of the fortune of the world. The divine elixir definitely contained fragments of the Great Path, which could help one comprehend the Great Path and allow one to be infinitely close to the Great Path of heaven and earth. There would be a chance of attaining the Great Path, and as long as one could grasp this chance, it was not impossible to comprehend the Great Path of heaven and earth. This cauldron of divine pills was extremely precious. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were looking forward to it. At this time, the entire world was shaking. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so great that it shook the entire world created by the great saints of the primordial era. Yin did her best to resist the heavenly tribulation. The black cauldron she had conjured swallowed all of the lightning. She was temporarily safe. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't stop there. The real tribulation had yet to descend. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were anxiously watching from afar, He Tian's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have sensed something. "Oh no!" He Tian cried out. He turned around and flew towards the origin of the primordial chaos. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think too much about it, and directly used the 8 desolate steps to chase after He Tian. At this time, at the origin of chaos, demonic chi filled the sky. The demonic power that made one's heart palpitate was vast and mighty. The maze that Erebus had laid down was in operation. Countless runes appeared on the ground and in the void. A great demon is attacking? Gu Fei and He Tian came closer. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be startled. Terrifying demonic fluctuations were emitting from the bewildering formation. This was definitely the power of an almighty demon. The one trapped in the bewildering formation is a demon emperor. Although He Tian was confident in his attainments in array formations, this bewildering formation wasn't a heaven-defying killing formation. It could only stop some experts from entering. This bewildering formation couldn't trap the demon emperor. Boom! With a sudden explosion, countless runes were destroyed. The bewildering formation laid down by Tian completely collapsed. From the inside out, it was destroyed by a terrifying power. This, Gu Fei and Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The demon emperor that had barged in was definitely a powerful great demon. The fluctuations of a sacred weapon. Within the demonic chi, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered. A blurry figure was faintly discernible in the demonic chi. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the figure. Could this be the legendary divine alchemy soil? The great demon sensed a wisp of medicinal fragrance drifting in the void. He looked in the direction of the mountain and river cauldron's aura. He didn't seem to care about Gu Fei and Tian at all. This great demon, the Tao-severing demon emperor, was incomparably powerful. He could indeed disregard any sovereign. However, this great demon was too careless. He didn't know that Gu Fei could defy the heavens and fight against almighties. Boom! A star rushed out from the top of Tian's head. It emitted boundless starlight energy and smashed towards the great demon in front of him. The entire heaven and earth trembled under this star. A divine weapon of almighties? The great demon was very surprised. These two ants didn't escape after seeing him. Instead, they dared to attack him. This was something he had never encountered before. This was simply ants challenging a giant dragon. Swish! A pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the demonic chi, grabbing towards the huge star that was smashing towards it. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the huge hand, causing the entire world to darken. Rumble! The demon hand enveloped the heaven and earth, suppressing the starlight of the star. It displayed a supreme devil might. It could actually snatch away the divine weapon of Tian. What? Tian was shocked. He knew that this time, they had encountered a ruthless character. This demon emperor wasn't an ordinary demon emperor. Among the great demons of the Tao-severing realm, he was most likely an expert among experts. The light of a star dares to compete with the radiance of the moon? Courting death, the great demon was very domineering. His words were filled with disdain. He actually wanted to directly snatch away the star. His fist that was blocking the demonic hand shook violently. Boom! The boundless fist force suddenly erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. This power was too powerful, so powerful that even the demon emperor's expression changed. The pitch-black demonic hand was instantly shattered by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist. The entire void collapsed and almost turned into chaos. The void trembled. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's fist as the center. Layers of demonic chi dispersed. A slender figure appeared from within the demonic chi. When Gu Fei and Tian saw this person, they couldn't help but be stunned. This great demon was actually a woman? This was a huge surprise to them. From the voice of this great demon, they couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. But now that they saw the body, this great demon's gender was immediately revealed. The power that erupted from Gu Fei's fist shook the great demon so much that she couldn't help but take a few steps back. This made the great demon inexplicably shocked. Could it be that you are a legendary martial artist with unparalleled physique? The great demon's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The way she looked at Gu Fei was like she was looking at a monster. Blocked by Gu Fei, Erebus was able to retrieve the star treasure. Then, he immediately retreated into the distance. He actually wanted to get away from this place. This guy, when Gu Fei saw Tian run away, he couldn't help but curse this guy for not having any loyalty. When faced with a strong opponent, the first person to run away would definitely be this guy. I didn't expect you to be a martial emperor. I misjudged you. The demon couldn't help but take Gu Fei seriously. No one would be careless when dealing with a martial body. It should be known that a successful martial body was synonymous with strength. Who is the bright moon and who is the star? We'll only know after we fight. Gu Fei was very direct. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the demon. With every step he took, Tao patterns would gush out from under his feet. If you had cut your Tao, I would have some scruples. However, you haven't cut your Tao yet." The demon emperor's pair of blood-red eyes flashed with a blood-red light that made people's hearts palpitate. "Even if I haven't cut my Tao, I can still kill you." After saying that, Gu Fei attacked the female demon emperor. Bang! Gu Fei simply and directly threw a punch at the demonic empress. It was an ordinary punch, but it contained a great amount of power. Vague Tao runes appeared on his fist. He was trying to use a trace of the great path of heaven and earth that he had comprehended. What? The Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's fist, which shocked the female demon emperor. This was an attack that only a Tao severer could master. Could it be that this martial emperor had reached the point where he could cut his Tao at any time? This person couldn't be left alive. If he could successfully cut his Tao, he would become an invincible existence among his peers. Other Tao severers would definitely not be able to compare with him. Swish! The female demon emperor stretched out her slender jade-like hand and pressed forward. Bang! Gu Fei's fist seemed to have hit a transparent wall and was blocked. However, the vague Tao patterns on his fist stimulated the Tao power. Boom! The Tao power on Gu Fei's fist suddenly exploded. The female demon emperor felt as if she had been hit by an invisible hammer. Her body swayed, and she took another step back. The void around the female demon emperor was shaking. Flawless 5 elements. Gu Fei took a step forward and shouted. He directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. On his fist, the essence of the 5 elements interweaved. It seemed as if there were 5 void worlds revolving on Gu Fei's fist. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were driven. Gu Fei's fist began to emit 5-colored divine light. Each divine light contained great power. Infernal purgatory. The female demon emperor struck out with her demonic divine ability. Terrifying demonic fluctuations surged out from her body. Her hands were changing, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of her. The hole rapidly expanded and emitted a heaven-devouring power. It swallowed all the 5 elements fist power that Gu Fei had struck out. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The black hole in front of the female demon emperor emitted a terrifying aura, completely obliterating the 5 elements fist power that had been swallowed. Not only that, the black hole actually shrouded Gu Fei. It wanted to swallow Gu Fei into that heart-palpitating black hole. That black hole seemed to be connected to the void. Inside the black hole, there was nothing but destruction. In the primal chaos, perhaps only peerless divine materials could be preserved. The infernal purgatory devoured everything. Gu Fei remained calm in the face of such a powerful technique. He used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated with the speed of 8 steps. At this time, Gu Fei still hadn't used the Saint-Tier battle avatar. He wanted to use the female demon emperor to prove his strength. Swish! As Gu Fei retreated, a beam of purple-gold divine light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a vertical eye had suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Primordial Soul Transformation Sword. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. Then, the divine light that rushed out from between his eyebrows turned into a Tao sword. The Tao sword drew the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth and slashed towards the female demon emperor. Wherever the Tao sword passed, nothing was left behind. Such a method, such an attack, even a Tao severing expert would be afraid. The Tao sword formed from the primordial soul was too domineering. It was said to be able to destroy everything. The female demon emperor didn't dare to be careless. She controlled infernal purgatory and used this great technique to block the attack. She wanted to collect the Tao sword formed from the primordial soul into the cauldron. But this time, unexpectedly, the primordial soul Tao sword pierced through the void, broke through infernal purgatory, and directly slashed towards the female demon emperor behind infernal purgatory. Swish! The primordial soul Tao sword was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. It flew past the female demon emperor and left a shocking wound on the female demon emperor's right arm. The female demon emperor was shocked to the extreme. The other party could actually hurt her. An ant-like existence could also threaten an elephant. This was something the female demon emperor couldn't accept. She was a dragon, and the other party was a sparrow. How could a sparrow hurt a dragon? The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao. Preposterous. The female demon emperor recognized the secret technique that Gu Fei used. She was even more shocked. She never expected that the other party could actually master such a secret technique of the immortal Tao. Just as the demonic empress was in a state of shock and anger, a silhouette appeared behind her without a sound. Then, with lightning speed, he punched her in the back. Bam! With a muffled sound, the female demon emperor's bones broke. The female demon emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away by the person who silently appeared behind her. A wisp of black blood seeped out from the corner of the female demon emperor's mouth. Wah! She roared at the sky. Her long hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged around her. A terrifying demonic power erupted from her body, causing the void to tremble. The female demon emperor turned around. When she saw the person who attacked her, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How is this possible? Chapter 1296. Could this be the legendary three pure ones? The female demon emperor was sent flying thousands of feet away by another Gu Fei who had silently appeared behind her. Blood seeped out of her mouth, and her demonic body suffered a great impact, especially the dragon's spine on her back. It was nearly shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and all the bones in her body were shaken. This caused the female demon emperor to be both shocked and angry. Roar! An ant will always be an ant. So what if there's one more? The female demon emperor was enraged. Demonic chi surged from her body, and a demonic aura that could shake one's soul spread out. Bam! She directly attacked. Endless demonic energy gathered between her hands, and a pitch-black hand instantly covered the entire heaven and earth, grabbing towards the two Gu Feis that were rushing towards her. Gu Fei used the three pure ones, creating another him. Together, they charged towards the female demon emperor. Yin and yang chi surged between heaven and earth, and the two Gu Feis were filled with battle intent. The three pure ones could be said to be a supreme art of the immortal Tao. When cultivated to the highest level, one could instantly create three Gu Feis, and each of them would have the same cultivation base and strength. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he could only create one immortal Tao incarnation, but this was already very frightening. When two Gu Feis attacked together, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Rumble! The two Gu Feis each punched out. Their fists blossomed with resplendent golden light, and the power of metal in all directions was drawn. It was as if two golden suns had appeared high up in the sky, dispersing the heavy demonic chi, and collided with the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The demonic aura was extremely dense. The evil empress displayed her monarch-level cultivation and strength. Her demonic aura spread in all directions. Her pitch-black hand pressed down, wanting to obliterate the two golden, godly suns below. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's cultivation and strength had already reached the edge of the Tao severing stage. His martial body was extremely powerful, and the martial path true power in his body surged violently. The golden aura illuminated the entire area. The world and the void were collapsing and being annihilated. Two heart-palpitating forces collided. The female demon emperor was really going all out, not holding anything back. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless either, going all out to defend himself. A terrifying destructive force spread out from between Gu Fei and the female demon emperor in all directions. A circle of transparent ripples spread out, and then the void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Seeing this scene, He Tian hurriedly retreated far away. A battle of this level was incomparably dangerous. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Two golden figures fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. The pitch-black demon hand slammed down from the sky. Below the giant hand, the void collapsed, turning into the most primitive, chaotic land. Damn it! Seeing this scene from afar, He Tian couldn't help being startled. The female demon emperor was actually suppressing Gu Fei. This wasn't a good thing. Boom! The earth trembled, dust flew everywhere. The pitch-black hand slammed down from the sky, and the soil on the ground violently undulated like waves. A giant palm print appeared on the ground. "Boss!" He Tian exclaimed. Even a Tao-severing expert would find it hard to withstand the giant hand formed by the female demon emperor's endless demonic power. It should be known that the female demon emperor was incomparably powerful. Even among the Tao-severing experts, she was definitely one of the top figures. Such a figure wasn't to be trifled with. Humph. The human race martial body is only SOSO. The female demon emperor was incomparably arrogant. Although she had been punched by Gu Fei, her demon body was incomparably tough, so she had only suffered a minor injury. Given the female demon emperor's cultivation and strength, she could completely recover from such an injury in the blink of an eye. In ancient times, successful cultivators were synonymous with power. Seeing the female demon emperor suppress a cultivator like Gu Fei, she was naturally extremely excited. Bang! Just as the female demon emperor was feeling complacent, the giant palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and two golden figures rushed out from the ground. Kill! The two Gu Feis shouted in unison. Their voices shook the vast sky, and their killing intent was like a rainbow, as if they hadn't suffered any impact. The two martial bodies emitted monstrous fluctuations of martial path true power. The Three Pure One's secret technique was too mysterious. Now, except for Gu Fei himself, no one else could know which one Gu Fei's real body was. The two Gu Feis were exactly the same. Even their aura and cultivation were exactly the same. It was equivalent to having an additional Gu Fei. Clang! Endless golden light emitted from Gu Fei and his incarnation. The void emitted a metallic sound, and golden divine swords appeared around the two Gu Feis, circling and dancing. The two Gu Feis pointed at the female demon emperor in front of them. Swish! Tens of thousands of golden swords rushed forward, blotting out the sky as they pierced towards the evil empress. Each of the golden swords would leave behind a hair-thin crack in space as they slashed through the void. Boss is starting to show his ruthlessness. He Tian saw this scene from afar. He had already guessed Gu Fei's intention. Boss wanted to get rid of this demon emperor as soon as possible, so as not to cause any trouble. Demon devour heaven and earth. The female demon emperor executed the demon Dao's great technique, and a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of her again. Then, it rapidly enlarged and emitted a heaven-devouring force, swallowing all the golden divine swords into the vortex. I'll let you devour. Gu Fei roared as he unleashed the flawless five elements fist. Every punch he unleashed would radiate with a dazzling golden light, and the void in front of his fists would collapse. His fist energy shook the heavens and the earth, and he pushed forward with indomitable will. The pitch-black vortex that was swallowing heaven and earth was on the verge of collapsing. He used his fists to resist the female demon emperor's attack. Go to hell. The glabella of Gu Fei and his immortal Tao incarnation emitted a dazzling purple light, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out from them. Swish! Two purple-gold divine lights shot out from the glabella of Gu Fei and his immortal Tao incarnation. The dazzling divine light cut through everything, and it contained great Tao patterns. This was the primordial spirit Tao sword. The two sword shadows were extremely fast, and they slashed towards the female demon emperor. What is this? Not everyone knew about the immortal Tao's secret technique, and even fewer had seen it before. This female demon emperor, who had already severed her Tao, couldn't see through this primordial spirit Tao sword technique. She sensed danger and immediately retreated, wanting to avoid the two primordial spirit Tao lights. Chapter 1297. A demon emperor was instantly slain by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao light. This caused He Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, to be extremely shocked and in disbelief. One had to know that this was a demon emperor. Moreover, it was a demon emperor that had severed her Tao for countless years. She was incomparably powerful, but her devil body was actually slain by someone. If such a thing were to spread out, no one would believe it. You deserve to die. The female demon emperor roared in anger. She was already close to going crazy. Her opponent's secret techniques were endless, making her feel a sense of danger and uneasiness. The broken pieces of her devil body rapidly reassembled. Boundless devil chi shrouded her devil body. The female demon emperor's vitality was already injured. Although her body was reassembled, there was still a shadow in her heart. This was because she was defeated by a sovereign at grand completion. Swish! Two primordial spirit Tao lights directly rushed into the thick devil chi, piercing through the female demon emperor. Their speed was absolutely the fastest in the world. However, this time, the female demon emperor was prepared. She punched the void, wanting to kill the two primordial spirit Tao lights while she rushed into the primal chaos. Although this method was brilliant, it was still not enough to deal with the primordial spirit Tao swords. This was because the primordial spirit Tao swords could slay everything. The primordial spirit Tao swords instantly slashed into the primal chaos void created by the female demon emperor. However, at that moment, the two Tao swords rushed out from the primal chaos. PFFF, PFFF, two soft sounds rang out. The primordial spirit Tao swords once again pierced through the female demon emperor's devil body. Wherever the primordial spirit Tao light passed through, a large amount of blood would flow out. Yuwa! The female demon emperor roared. Monstrous devil chi engulfed the heaven and earth, enveloping this part of the world. The night seemed to suddenly descend as the devil chi was vast and mighty. Within the devil chi, this demon emperor felt that she was going crazy. She was actually injured by an ant. She found it hard to accept such an outcome. The primordial spirit Tao sword condensed the power of the great Tao. Even a saint who comprehended the Tao would be very careful when facing such a great immortal Tao technique. Gu Fei did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Although the other party was a female cultivator, that did not mean that Gu Fei would show mercy. If one was hit by this terrifying divine light that contained the power of the Great Path, there would be very serious consequences. This was a wound of the Great Path, and it was very difficult to recover from. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from within the surging demonic chi. It was as if a great demon had awakened in the depths of the demonic chi. Boss, be careful. That guy is using a demon weapon. Hei Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Saint-level MO weapon? Gu Fei sensed a trace of saintly might lingering in the demonic cloud above his head. This was a saintly grade demonic artifact refined by a demon saint. Swoosh! A black light that was as huge as a mountain broke through the layers of demonic chi without warning and shot down from the sky. It wanted to kill Gu Fei instantly. However, Gu Fei's battle experience was extremely rich. The instant the black light descended from the sky, he sensed it and dodged it with the 8 desolate steps. Gu Fei's martial body had a subtle sense of danger. The other party used a holy weapon. Gu Fei felt danger. The MO weapon refined by the demon saint was extremely powerful and displayed a wisp of holy might. But this wisp of holy might was enough to shock the world. Swoosh! Another black light descended from the sky and swept towards Gu Fei below. Gu Fei dodged it immediately. The nearby spiritual peaks were swept by the black light and immediately turned into ashes. Nothing remained. What kind of MO weapon is this? Gu Fei was very surprised. It seemed that wherever he went, there would be demonic light sweeping out from the demonic clouds in the sky, wanting to kill him on the spot. If it was an ordinary warrior, he would have died long ago. However, Gu Fei was different. He had the world's fastest speed. Often, when danger came, he could make a move that was beneficial to him and protect himself. Damn it! The destructive demonic light swept down from the demonic clouds. Gu Fei had no chance to fight back. This was the power of a holy level. With his current cultivation and strength, he could not compete with it. You have a holy weapon. So do I. After Gu Fei dodged a destructive demonic light, he took out the holy battle puppet. He entered the battle puppet with his divine sense and then drove the battle puppet to the sky. Bam! The battle puppet bombarded upwards with its palm. The power of a holy level surged out from the battle puppet's palm. The demonic clouds that shrouded the entire sky and earth were immediately dispersed by more than half. In the depths of the demonic clouds, a figure held a magic mirror and shone it at Gu Fei. On the magic mirror, there were demonic patterns appearing. The destructive power formed a black light and descended from the sky. The holy battle puppet did not dodge. It directly raised its palm and slashed. The extremely ferocious power was actually able to block the destructive light that shone down from the sky. This was a battle between saints, and Erebus could no longer intervene. The female demon emperor saw Gu Fei controlling a strange thing to attack her. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This humanoid puppet could actually display the power of a holy level. Hey, could it be the legendary primordial demon mirror? In the distant sky, He Tian saw the magic mirror in the female demon emperor's hand. He couldn't help but be startled. He recognized the origin of this magic mirror. Legend has it that the primordial demon mirror was a demonic tool refined by an ancient primordial heavenly demon. The primordial heavenly demon was a famous great demon in ancient times. The primordial heavenly demon was a demon saint. This demon saint was incomparably powerful. He once fought against a great saint of the human race. After being defeated, he could actually escape from the hands of a human race great saint. The primordial demon mirror was a holy weapon refined by the primordial heavenly demon. The destructive black light emitted from the magic mirror could sweep away everything. Even the void became very unstable under the illumination of the mirror light. This female demon emperor unexpectedly obtained the primordial demon mirror. This was something that no one would have thought of. This primordial demon mirror, after being missing for countless years, finally appeared. And the person who controlled this magic mirror was a demon emperor. Primordial demon mirror? What is it? Is it even more powerful than a virtualized realm? Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious after hearing He Tian's words. The primordial heavenly demon, a demon that dared to use this name, was definitely not an ordinary demon. Rumble. The runes on the holy level battle puppet were activated by Gu Fei. The Tao pattern on its core began to emerge. A majestic holy aura spread out from the battle puppet's body. Kill. There was nothing much to say. The human race and the demons were irreconcilable enemies. When the two met, one side would inevitably fall. Chapter 1298. The Saint-grade battle avatar was incomparably powerful. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared all over its body, condensing the power of the Great Path. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings frantically gathered towards the battle avatar. Boom! The entire world shook as the battle avatar punched out. A powerful saintly might spread out, causing all living beings in the divine land to tremble. This was the might of a saint-grade battle, representing the strongest power in the world. Even the heavens and earth would change color, let alone the countless living beings beneath it. At this time, He Tian had already retreated far away. This was a battle between saints, and he could no longer interfere. He would only be throwing his life away if he stepped forward. Swoosh! Demonic clouds churned in the sky as a huge beam of black light the size of a mountain range radiated with terrifying destructive ripples, shooting towards the battle avatar that was soaring into the sky. The battle avatar that Gu Fei had taken control of erupted with towering killing intent. It didn't dodge or evade, and simply swung its fist upwards, shattering the destructive demonic light and pressing towards the demonic figure in the sky. One had to admit that the battle prowess displayed by the saint-grade battle avatar was far too great. Even the destructive demonic light of the primordial demon mirror could not destroy it. Gu Fei even suspected that this saint-grade battle avatar had been refined using the ancestral root of the ink spirit bamboo, which had been derived from the primordial chaos when the heavens were first created. One had to know that ordinary ink spirit bamboo could not possibly be so tough and nearly indestructible, and could even be branded with the veins of the Great Path. Only peerless divine materials could become the carrier of the Great Path and bear the power of the Great Path. Ordinary divine materials could not become the carrier of the Great Path. This was a scene that even He Tian was stunned by. A human-shaped battle avatar rose into the sky, swinging its fist and shattering the destructive demonic light. It charged straight into the churning demonic clouds in the sky. Gu Fei's main body withdrew his immortal incarnation at this time and retreated. With this saint-grade battle avatar, there was no need for him to personally take action. Above the sky, demonic clouds churned, and a terrifying holy aura spread out in all directions, shocking the heavens and causing all living beings in this divine land to feel uneasy. They worshipped in the direction of the holy aura while trembling. Gu Fei and He Tian retreated far away. However, even though they had retreated thousands of miles away, the pressure of a sage was still very strong. If not for the protection of their sacred weapons, Gu Fei and He Tian might not even be able to stand up. Buzz. A violet gold divine sword hovered above Gu Fei's head. Vast sword chi radiated from the sword, protecting the two people below. High up in the sky, the demonic clouds were dissipating. The Saint-grade battle avatar had displayed its unparalleled battle prowess, and it was about to scatter the demonic clouds covering the sky. The strand of divine sense that Gu Fei used to control the battle puppet had a close connection with his body. Whatever the divine sense sensed would be directly reflected in his mind. The Saint-grade battle puppet was equivalent to one of Gu Fei's avatars. He discovered that by using the battle puppet to display martial arts techniques, he could actually display most of the martial arts technique's power, which surprised and delighted him. Boom! The Saint-grade battle puppet punched out. Scarlet fist energy surged out like a sheet of heavenly fire, instantly enveloping the entire void and dispersing the endless demonic aura. Gu Fei's battle puppet struck out with the fire element fist. The fist energy of the fire element fist struck out with the power of a Saint-grade battle puppet was so strong that even Gu Fei was shocked. The power of the fire element surged up into the sky. The female demon emperor was taken aback. She hurriedly activated the demonic mirror in her hand. It emitted a frightening black light that blocked the oncoming power of the fire element. Swish! The primeval demon mirror emitted a frightening demonic energy fluctuation. A black light rushed out from the mirror. The void was silently annihilated under the light of the mirror. The primeval demon mirror was a demonic sacred weapon refined by the primeval heavenly demon. It possessed great demonic might. As long as one was illuminated by the demonic light of the demonic mirror, regardless of whether one was a human or a deity, an immortal or a demon, they would instantly perish. The monstrous fire element fist energy dissipated under the illumination of the demonic mirror. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and immediately struck out with the golden element fist. A golden light surged out from his fist, shattering the void between heaven and earth. The extremely ferocious fist force directly dispersed the black light that was shooting towards him. He struck out more than a dozen punches in succession, forcing the female demon emperor to retreat. The primeval demon mirror in her hand was almost knocked out of her hand by Gu Fei's fist energy. This guy, the female demon emperor, could no longer remain calm at this time. The opponent's battle puppet was too abnormal. It was definitely a battle tool refined by a great sage. What kind of existence was a great sage? Enlightenment meant that one was a sage. As long as one truly understood their own great Tao, they could become a sage. However, a great sage was the emperor among the sages. There were not many people who could become a great sage since ancient times. The great sage's great Tao was almost perfect. They were invincible under the extreme saint realm. A battle puppet refined by a great sage was no trivial matter. The core of the battle puppet exuded a powerful sacred might. A figure sat cross-legged in the core. This person was no different from Gu Fei. It was a phantom formed by a wisp of Gu Fei's divine sense. After countless years, the spiritual imprint left by the original owner of the saint-level battle puppet had almost dissipated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Gu Fei to obtain this battle puppet. I will beat you into the endless demon domain. The female demon emperor's words were extremely cold. She fully activated the primeval demon mirror in her hand. Countless demonic Tao patterns emerged on the primeval demon mirror. Buzz! The demonic mirror trembled, and pitch-black demonic runes rushed out from the mirror, interweaving into ancient demonic runes in the void. The void collapsed under the demonic power emanating from the demonic runes. Rumble! The void trembled. A big black hole appeared in the void. At the edge of the big hole, there were ancient demonic Tao divine patterns faintly visible, emitting the unique aura of the demonic path. The black hole seemed to be connected to a demon domain. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the depths of the black hole, there was a faint blood-curdling roar. It's really connected to the demon domain? Gu Fei was very surprised. The demonic technique that the female demon emperor evolved with the primeval demon mirror was too strange and terrifying. The black hole emitted a heaven-devouring power, sealing the world in all directions. It wanted to beat Gu Fei into the endless demon domain. However, what Gu Fei's divine sense entered was a saint-ranked battle avatar. This battle avatar was not any weaker than the primeval demon mirror. It had the power of a great sage. On the saint-ranked battle avatar, ancient Tao patterns emerged. Under the control of Gu Fei's divine sense, the battle avatar used the 8 desolate steps. Every time the battle avatar took a step, ancient Tao patterns emerged under its feet. It was walking on the great Tao. Even the black hole evolved by the primeval demon mirror couldn't completely trap the battle avatar. An ancient martial ancestor's cultivation method? Could it be that this guy actually obtained the inheritance of a martial ancestor? The female demon emperor was very knowledgeable. She could roughly guess Gu Fei's identity. This person cultivated the martial Tao. Moreover, he had already gone very far on the path of martial arts. This human had unlimited potential. He had the potential to grow into a supreme being. However, such a genius would be recruited by all the major forces. If this human was allowed to grow, he would definitely become the second martial ancestor. This would bring great danger to the demons. The relationship between the human race and the demons was irreconcilable. Both sides wanted to exterminate the other. If the human race really had an indestructible battle physique, the first to bear the brunt would be the demons. As the female demon emperor thought of this, the murderous intent in her heart grew even stronger. You can't escape. The female demon emperor's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. The black hole formed by the primeval demon mirror gradually expanded, swallowing the void in front of it. An invisible force affected the speed of Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar, causing it to slow down. Although the saint-ranked battle avatar used the 8 desolate steps, it couldn't get rid of the devouring force of the black hole. Void reversal. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. With a low shout, the ancient runes on the saint-ranked battle avatar lit up, emitting an inexplicable fluctuation. Swoosh. The body of Gu Fei's battle avatar glowed with a divine light. This battle tool suddenly became a little transparent and disappeared into the void. What? Just as the saint-ranked battle avatar was about to be swallowed into the black hole and sent into the legendary endless demon domain, the humanoid battle avatar suddenly disappeared. Disappeared into thin air? How is this possible? No matter how calm the female demon emperor was, she couldn't help but change her expression. What kind of great technique was this? How could it be so brilliant? Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was said to be heaven-defying and possessed unimaginable power. The void reversal secret technique could imprint one's body between heaven and earth. When cultivated to the highest level, this immortal path secret technique could display the great power of heaven and earth. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't just a fantasy. It seemed possible. The next moment, Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar appeared behind the female demon emperor without any warning and directly attacked the demon emperor. The female demon emperor was also quite impressive. She actually sensed danger and immediately rushed forward, wanting to dodge. But Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar followed the female demon emperor like a shadow. His punch continued to advance forward. The martial path battle technique contained unimaginable power, displaying a terrifying and formidable divine might. This made the female demon emperor feel uneasy. Bam! Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar's punch landed on the female demon emperor's back. This punch was different from the previous one. This punch contained saintly might and drew upon the power of the great Tao. Even a divine mountain would be turned to dust by this punch. He showed no mercy. The female demon emperor screamed miserably as she was sent flying several thousand zhang away. Her bones crackled. Who knew how many bones were shattered by Gu Fei's saint-ranked battle avatar? Even the primordial demon mirror in her hand flew out. Just so. Chapter 1299. Each of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They were the ultimate arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor and were known as the Invincible Arts. Gu Fei used the Saint-Tier battle avatar to execute the anti-emptiness secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. His body merged with the void and rushed out from the envelopment of the primordial demon mirror's power. Not only that, he also silently appeared behind the female demon emperor and punched the female demon emperor's back again, almost shattering all the bones in the female demon emperor's body. Even the primordial demon mirror in the female demon emperor's hand was knocked out of her hand. The Tao-severing demon emperor was only so. Gu Fei's battle avatar chased after her. He wanted to kill this demon's empress on the spot. Demons were the world. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy. The humanoid battle avatar's heart core emitted endless divine light. The Tao patterns that were branded on the battle avatar's body lit up and triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth. Saint-Tier power surged out of the battle avatar. The entire world was trembling. Countless living beings were trembling. It was as if doomsday had suddenly arrived. One hand to cover the sky. The humanoid battle avatar stretched out its hand. An incomparably huge palm instantly appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire world. It slammed down on the female demon emperor below. A terrifying power surged down from the palm. The powerful impact caused the entire ground to tremble. Pitch-black cracks appeared on the ground. Gu Fei controlled the Saint-Tier battle avatar and used the martial path combat technique, Heaven Covering Hand. Demon Moon illuminates the firmament. The female demon emperor felt a great threat to her life. She ignored her injuries and circulated the power of the demon Tao in her body to display her demon Tao phenomenon. Rumble. The entire world was shaking. Spatial cracks that looked like spider webs appeared in the void. The female demon emperor's body surged with an earth-shattering power. A black demonic moon appeared above the head of the demoness empress. It emitted an endless black light, causing the entire world to darken as soon as the demonic moon appeared. This was a phenomenon of the demonic path. A black moon rose, and it was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains were moving. It actually blocked the sky-covering hand that Gu Fei struck out with the battle puppet's power. A deathbed struggle? Gu Fei controlled this Saint-Tier battle avatar. Even if a real sage jumped out, he would not be afraid. The Saint-Tier battle avatar allowed Gu Fei to compete with sages. Rumble. Another large hand descended from the sky, striking the black demonic moon above the female demon emperor's head, causing it to tremble repeatedly. The demonic arts displayed by the female demon emperor actually showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the primordial demon mirror had already been retrieved by the female demon emperor, and it was floating above the female demon emperor's head, emitting a misty demonic light that enveloped the female demon emperor. But the sword light that descended from the purple gold divine sword ignored the demonic light of the primordial demon mirror and directly broke through the power of the primordial demon mirror, slashing into the demonic light. What? The female demon emperor was shocked and quickly retreated. One must know that the primordial demon mirror was a demonic weapon refined by the legendary primordial demon, saint of the demons, the primordial demon. In ancient times, the primordial demon's demonic prowess was awe-inspiring, and he was a famous expert of the demons in ancient times. He had once fought with the great sages of the human race. There were countless human experts who had fallen under the primordial demon mirror. The sword light emitted by this divine sword could actually break through the power of the primordial demon mirror, which was really incredible. Could it be that this divine sword was even more powerful than a great sage-class demonic weapon? Gu Fei and the purple gold divine sword scared the female demon emperor away, and they escaped the calamity. Then, they quickly retreated with He Tian, distancing themselves from the female demon emperor. This demon emperor was too powerful and dangerous. If it wasn't for the sage-class battle puppet, Gu Fei and He Tian would definitely not be this female demon emperor's opponent. Using the extreme Tao sacred weapon was very impractical. One must know that even with Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, it was very difficult to use the extreme Tao sacred weapon even once. It wasn't something that could be used to kill the enemy. The female demon emperor wouldn't let Gu Fei gather enough spiritual qi to activate the extreme Tao sacred weapon, condense the extreme Tao power, and launch an extreme Dao attack. At this time, the Sage-class battle puppet arrived and intercepted the female demon emperor. Boom! A monstrous saint aura erupted. The humanoid battle puppet was like a saint from ancient times descending. A powerful pressure pressed down on the world, as if the void was about to collapse. The Sage-class power was fully activated. On the humanoid battle puppet, divine runes of the Great Tao appeared, and the aura of the Great Tao was vast and mighty. Facing such a battle puppet, even the female demon emperor's expression changed. Swish! The female demon emperor directly activated the primordial devil mirror in her hand. A destructive demonic light immediately shot out from the mirror and swept towards the humanoid battle puppet. Bang! The humanoid battle puppet used the flawless 5 elements fist, shattering the demonic light with unparalleled might. It directly rushed towards the female demon emperor with unstoppable momentum, advancing forward with indomitable will. The female demon emperor was alarmed. Her aura had already been completely suppressed by the humanoid battle puppet. The current her could no longer compete with the humanoid battle puppet. Powerful strength needed to be controlled with an incomparably firm mental state. Panic, hesitation, uneasiness, and all sorts of unfavorable mental states would affect a cultivator's combat strength. Once a cultivator's invincible mental state was broken, defeat was only a matter of time. Gu Fei's mental state was extremely firm. He firmly believed that he was invincible, and he would advance forward with indomitable will. Even if he encountered an enemy that was much stronger than him, he would still not retreat. The stronger he encountered, the braver he became. Even those that were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Swish! The female demon emperor didn't accept the challenge. She immediately rushed towards the primal chaos origin. She already had the intention to retreat and wasn't willing to fight with the humanoid battle puppet anymore. Gu Fei sneered. The humanoid battle puppet used the 8 desolate steps and traveled 100 miles in a single step. It chased after the female demon emperor. In just a few steps, the humanoid battle puppet had already caught up to the female demon emperor. However, the female demon emperor was ultimately a demon emperor, a great demon that had severed the Tao. She desperately activated the primordial devil mirror, and the destructive demonic light constantly swept towards the humanoid battle puppet from the front. The humanoid battle puppet might be powerful, but it still couldn't intercept the female demon emperor in a short period of time. The primal chaos origin was also very far away from them. A distance of several hundred miles was just a blink of an eye for the female demon emperor. She used the primordial devil mirror to protect herself and directly crashed into the primal chaos origin. Boss, don't let her escape. He Tian couldn't help stamping his feet anxiously. If this female demon emperor escaped, this divine land would no longer be a secret. At that time, there would definitely be many devils coming over. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't willing to see this divine land being divided up by a group of experts. This land was opened up by the human race's great sage, and it belonged to them. Furthermore, this divine land should be the divine land refined by the ancient human race's great sage, the alchemy saint. The alchemy saint used this divine land to cultivate divine medicines. Not only were there immortal divine medicines here, but there was also the legendary myriad medicine universe cauldron. These things were things that could make all cultivators jealous and go crazy for them. Immortal divine medicines were much more precious than any divine treasury. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. The humanoid battle puppet directly charged into the primal chaos origin and chased after the female demon emperor. The consequences of the female demon emperor escaping were something that even Gu Fei didn't dare to imagine. Inside the primal chaos origin, there was only primal chaos energy. From the outside, this primal chaos land was only about 30 meters in radius. But once inside, it was like a true primal chaos. There was nothing inside, only the power of destruction. Chapter 1300. The origin of the primal chaos did not refer to a point. It referred to the most primitive state of the void of the world. There was such a special place in the world created by the great sage of the ancient human race. From the outside, it looked like an empty space with a radius of 10 zhang. However, inside, it was like a boundless chaotic world. There was no passing of time, and everything was in its most primitive state. Boom! The primal chaos started to boil, transforming into earth, water, fire, and wind. All sorts of destructive power madly wreaked havoc. A humanoid battle puppet gave off boundless holy might as it fought against a demon god. Only saint-level power could break through the primal chaos. Gu Fei's divine sense entered the saint-level battle avatar and displayed its true combat power. This kind of combat power would even make a sage pale. Although the female demon emperor also had the great demon sage's primordial demon mirror, she couldn't gain any advantage at this time. "I'll fight you to the death." The female demon emperor was coughing up blood. She had already been severely wounded, but at this time, she was going all out. Demonic essence surged from her body. A magic mirror floated above her head, pouring down endless demonic power. The female demon emperor fused with the demon mirror and displayed a great divine might, drawing out the formidable power of a saint. With a raise of her hand, the primal chaos was wiped out by the demonic light emitted by the demon mirror. The destructive demonic light continued to sweep towards the humanoid battle puppet. Everywhere it passed, the power of chaos and destruction would be broken apart. It was unstoppable, as if it could destroy everything in this world. The demonic tool refined by the great demon saint was unimaginably powerful. If such power was displayed in the outside world, it would probably sink an entire region. Gu Fei's humanoid battle avatar was also extremely powerful. Every inch of the battle avatar's body was radiating with divine light. Divine patterns of the Great Path were circulating around it, and the power of the Great Path was boundless. He used the battle puppet's power to cast the flawless fist of the 5 elements. The battle puppet seemed to have a miniature world of the 5 elements revolving around it, constantly devouring the surrounding chaotic force and refining it into the essence of the 5 elements. Bam! Towering flames engulfed the primal chaos space in front of it. The humanoid battle avatar executed the 5 elements fist. Saint-tier power could destroy everything. Roar! A terrifying demonic shadow appeared behind the female demon emperor, and boundless demonic power surged out from the demonic mirror above her head. Demonic runes appeared on the surface of the demonic mirror, triggering the power of the great demonic saint. A demonic figure walked out from the demonic mirror and reached out his hand to take on the fiery fist of the humanoid battle puppet. Immediately, a destructive energy storm was set off in the land of chaos. This was the collision of fire elemental energy and demonic energy. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just a clash of strength. Rumble. The land of primal chaos was blasted into a pitch-black region by the mighty destructive power. It was like the primal chaos had opened up the sky. This was the most primitive void. This primordial void did not last for long before it was submerged by the chaotic chi that surged in from all directions. This part of the void turned into chaos once again. The demonic soul in the primordial demon mirror has awakened? Gu Fei was shocked. The supreme treasure of demonic path refined by the great demonic saint was definitely not simple. It contained a trace of the primordial heavenly demon's imprint. This was the soul of the primordial demon mirror. The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying thousands of meters away. The trace of Gu Fei's divine sense in the core of the humanoid battle puppet was almost shaken out. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. Roar! The demonic shadow roared to the sky. It stepped on the primal chaos and chased after Gu Fei with huge strides. It was just like the real body of the great demonic saint from the ancient times. In the world created by the great sage of the ancient human race, Gu Fei and He Tian stood in front of the primal chaos, staring at a piece of divine crystal in front of them with incomparable nervousness. A piece of divine crystal was fixed in the void by someone's magic power. The mirror-like smooth surface of the divine crystal was flickering with divine light and images were flashing rapidly. Boss, your humanoid battle puppet doesn't seem to be working. He Tian stared at the divine crystal and said, all of this was his doing. He used the divine crystal to show the battle in the primal chaos. Everything that the humanoid battle puppet saw would appear on the divine crystal, allowing Gu Fei and He Tian to see the situation of the battle in the first place. However, Gu Fei did not need to use this method to see the situation of the battle because he had a trace of divine sense in the humanoid battle puppet. There was a mysterious connection between the divine sense and the battle puppet's body. Everything about the humanoid battle puppet was under Gu Fei's control. Everything would be reflected in Gu Fei's mind in an instant. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It doesn't work? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. This was the first time he used this humanoid battle puppet, and it could already exert the power of a saint. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even be able to release a trace of the saint might of the battle puppet. At this time, in the primal chaos, the thousands of feet tall demonic figure had already arrived. Monstrous demonic might filled the primal chaos and even leaked out from the primal chaos origin. Gu Fei and He Tian could clearly feel this terrifying fluctuation. How powerful is a saint? Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Even the primal chaos chi could not block the aura of a saint. This was too shocking. It was hard to imagine what it would be like for such an existence to appear in the world. This is a god. He has already transcended the world and is almost omnipotent. He Tian said such words. A saint stood above all living beings, overlooking the world. He had already transcended the great Tao of heaven and earth and was known as a god. Gu Fei was shocked. A god was an extremely ancient and powerful term. A saint was comparable to a god. It was hard to imagine that a saint could stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient god. Boom. In the primal chaos domain, Gu Fei's humanoid battle puppet collided with the thousands of feet tall demonic figure. The humanoid battle puppet was sent flying backward as if it was being suppressed. What should we do? This scene appeared on the divine crystal. He Tian was extremely nervous. If the humanoid battle puppet was defeated, that female demon emperor would definitely come back to kill him. The divine land opened up by the ancient great saint of the human race must not fall into the hands of the demons. And at this time, in the depths of this divine land, a mighty aura came out. Even from where Gu Fei and the others were, they could still see huge bolts of lightning striking down from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Yin-Er was undergoing her tribulation, and it was already at a critical juncture. The divine medicine in the myriad medicine cauldron was also undergoing its tribulation, and it was also at a critical juncture. The terrifying might of heaven and earth caused the whole world to shake. What do you mean? Gu Fei's tone was calm as if he was not nervous at all. He was still as calm as usual. Although his humanoid battle puppet was at a disadvantage, he also knew that the female demon emperor would not be able to hold on for long. Chapter 1301. Amidst the chaos, the battle was still going on. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet of war seemed to be suppressed by the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. It kept retreating and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Buzz. The premier demon mirror suspended above the female demon emperor's head was vibrating. The imprint of the great demonic saint contained in the mirror was activated. The endless power of the demonic path condensed into a 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. This was an afterimage of the great demonic saint of the demons who had dominated the untainted land in ancient times. Although it was only an afterimage, it was powerful enough to make even a sage pale. Bang! The fist force shook the heavens and the earth, colliding with the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow. The humanoid puppet of war displayed great combat power. It evolved the profound meaning of martial arts and retreated as it fought. After all, the humanoid puppet of war was a combat tool refined by the great sage of the human race. It contained the power of the great sage of the human race. Although the 1,000-feet-tall demonic shadow was powerful, it could not do anything to the humanoid puppet of war for a while. Hand over this puppet, and I will spare your life. The female demon emperor's divine thoughts spread out in the chaos. Her words were directly captured by a wisp of divine thoughts that Gu Fei had inserted into the heart core of the humanoid puppet of war. Humph! It's still not clear who will be spared. Gu Fei responded tit for tat. Although his humanoid puppet of war seemed to be suppressed, he still had many trump cards that he had not used. He was not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity. The profound meaning of the 5 elements surged out from the fists of the humanoid puppet of war. It was as if there were 5 small worlds revolving around the humanoid puppet of war. Those were the 5 voids formed by the power of the 5 elements. With every punch, the small worlds around the humanoid puppet of war would be drawn to the fist of the humanoid puppet of war. The power of the 5 elements would instantly erupt the moment the humanoid puppet of war punched. It was as if a small world had exploded on the fist of the humanoid puppet of war. This was a terrible destructive power that was extremely powerful. The flawless 5 elements fist blocked the destructive demonic light of the premier demon mirror. This fist technique was too powerful and overbearing. It was the most direct eruption of power. Roar! The female demon emperor roared. She was a little anxious. She couldn't activate the primordial demon mirror for a long time. Otherwise, all of her essence chi would be devoured by the primordial demon mirror. Even without Gu Fei's humanoid puppet, this demon emperor would be finished. Moon falls from the sky. The female empress roared out. Suddenly, a black moon appeared above the head of that 10,000 feet tall demonic figure. That black moon was descending downwards. An extremely terrifying power spread out from the black moon, locking down the surroundings. As long as one was shown by the black light from the black moon, they would be frozen. Even the surrounding primal chaos stopped moving. The moment the retreating humanoid puppet was illuminated by the black moon, all of its movements came to a halt. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the primal chaos origin, Gu Fei's face paled when he sensed this scene. The opponent's Devil Dao phenomenon was too strange. It seemed to be the power of space-time. Gu Fei's divine sense transmitted an uneasy fluctuation. He pushed the puppet's power to the limit, wanting to break through the power shrouding him. But it seemed to be very difficult. The female demon emperor used the primordial demon mirror's power to display her own phenomenon. A black moon descended, pressing down on the humanoid puppet, causing it to emit strange sounds. This was simply too terrifying. This was simply a real black moon descending from the sky, pressing down on Gu Fei's humanoid puppet. Even the void trembled. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet struggled with all its might, but it still found it difficult to move. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You can die now. The female demon emperor's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Then, the black moon descended, emitting an endless aura of destruction, wanting to completely obliterate Gu Fei. Damn it! Gu Fei's humanoid puppet couldn't evade at all. Since it couldn't evade, it could only face it head-on. Ascend. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet used one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascend secret art. As the immortal Tao art circulated, the countless Tao patterns on the humanoid puppet's body seemed to burn. An unimaginably powerful divine might spread out from the humanoid puppet, causing the entire primal chaos void to boil. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet's power soared to an unbelievable level. With a slight tremble, cracks appeared in the primal chaos domain. How is this possible? The female demon emperor turned pale with fright. The vast energy waves coming from the humanoid puppet were already infinitely close to the invincible realm of an extreme Tao saint. Die! The humanoid puppet roared out before throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist force surged forth, instantly dispersing the 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The fist force was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bam! The humanoid puppet punched out a second time. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent the demonic empress and the primordial demon mirror flying away. With just 2 punches, Gu Fei had turned the situation around, heavily injuring the female demon emperor. This was something that no one could have imagined. The Ascend secret art pushed the humanoid puppet's power to the limit. You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet used the 8 desolate steps. In just a few steps, it had caught up to the female demon emperor and was about to punch out a 3rd time. At that moment, Tao patterns of great Tao emerged on the female demon emperor's body. Her entire body seemed to be on fire. This was the demonic disintegration art. This art could be used to stimulate the potential of demons, allowing the great demons to save their own lives in a life-and-death situation. This was a life-saving art. At that moment, the female demon emperor instantly fused with the primordial demon mirror and turned into a black light, disappearing without a trace. This was simply faster than lightning. Preposterous. Gu Fei knew that even if he used the Ascend's secret art and increased his strength by 10 times, it would still be difficult to intercept his opponent. In this primal chaos, it was impossible to see time. In the end, he didn't chase after the female demon emperor. Outside the primal chaos origin, He Tian couldn't help but jump up when he saw this scene from the divine crystal. If the female demon emperor escaped, then this divine land would have a new owner soon. That female demon emperor would definitely come back. After all, this was a treasure trove. No one would be willing to give it up. Everyone was coveting it. The humanoid puppet walked out of the primal chaos origin. Its powerful saint-tier aura had already been restrained. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. At such a close distance, even a grand completion emperor wouldn't be able to straighten his back. The pressure of a saint-tier could collapse the world and shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was high and mighty, overlooking the world. It was a godlike existence between heaven and earth. Rumble. In the depths of this divine land, there was a soul-shaking, thunderous sound. The heavenly tribulation was still in the metal element, but it had reached the most tense point. At this time, there couldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 1302. The humanoid puppet of war was comparable to a sage and could compete with the sacred weapons refined by a great sage. With this weapon, Gu Fei could move unhindered between heaven and earth. With the humanoid puppet of war guarding the origin of chaos, Gu Fei was more at ease. Just the aura released by the humanoid puppet of war was enough to scare away most people. At this time, an even more powerful fluctuation came from the depths of this divine land. That place seemed to have turned into chaos. Even with the third eye, one could not see clearly. The terror of the heavenly tribulation of severing the way was absolutely unimaginable if one did not personally experience it. Yin had been holding on for more than an hour. She used all kinds of immortal techniques to resist the great tribulation of heaven and earth. She was no longer calm. Buzz. The black cauldron that Yin had conjured with her immortal technique was vibrating. The black cauldron floated above Yin-Er's head, constantly swallowing the tribulation lightning from the tribulation clouds. The entire black cauldron was submerged in the terrible tribulation lightning. It could be destroyed at any time. At this time, in another place thousands of miles away, there was also a destructive aura that made all living beings tremble. A real black cauldron floated high in the sky, surrounded by tribulation clouds. This was the primal chaos lightning tribulation. This part of the void had turned into primal chaos. Terrifying bolts of primal chaos tribulation lightning swam in this part of the void. The power of chaos destroyed everything. Nothing could be preserved. Except for the black ancient cauldron, there was nothing left in this chaos. The chaos thunder tribulation had already wrapped around the black cauldron, wanting to obliterate it. The terrible chaotic lightning swam over the black cauldron. Divine runes of the great path appeared on the black cauldron, blocking the power of destruction. The divine tool refined by a great sage of the human race had been tempered thousands of times. It was branded with the mark of the great path comprehended by the great sage of the human race. It was the carrier of the great path and existed together with the great path. Bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted out of the black cauldron. Chaotic lightning constantly entered the black cauldron. What the heavenly tribulation brought was not only destruction, but also the divine medicine absorbed the fragments of the great path in the chaotic lightning. This divine medicine was definitely the most precious divine medicine in the world. It contained fragments of the great path that could help people comprehend the great path. All cultivators below the sage level would fight to the death for it. The myriad medicine cosmos cauldron shook and strange noises came from within. Sometimes it was as if there was wind and thunder, other times it was as if there were raging waves, and sometimes there were even the cries of dragons and cries of phoenixes. Under the tempering of the chaotic thunder tribulation, the divine medicine in the cauldron of medicine universe was taking shape. It contained fragments of the great path, and the medicinal fragrance gradually became stronger. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed. Yin encountered great danger. The power of the heavenly tribulation shattered the black cauldron she condensed with her supreme, immortal power. Without the black cauldron's obstruction, a sea of lightning descended from the sky and engulfed Yin in an instant. This was tribulation lightning, and it represented the power of heaven and earth. It was difficult to resist, and if one wanted to truly sever one's Tao, one had to undergo tribulation lightning. Only then could one obtain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Yin kept roaring in the sea of lightning. She displayed the powerful cultivation and strength of severing the way. 9 beams of immortal light circled around her, blocking all the lightning around her. But this could not last long. Yin-Er's power of the immortal path was constantly being consumed by the tribulation lightning. Fortunately, she had countless divine pills and divine medicines on her. Every time Yin-Er felt that she could not hold on any longer, she would take out a bottle of divine medicine and pour it into her mouth. She refined the spirit power contained in the divine medicine to replenish her consumed vitality. Yin-Er sat cross-legged in the void and began to evolve her Tao. The power of the Great Path surged from her body, and blurry patterns of the Great Path emerged from her body and branded into the void outside of her body. Thousands of tribulation lightning roared, and the terrible lightning emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. It tore through the void and streaked past her body. She seemed to feel nothing at all. Using the brand of the Great Path to seal herself in the void, Yin-Er seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer in the 5 elements. It seemed that even the heavenly tribulation could not sense her existence. Countless lightning raged around Yin-Er's body, but it just could not hit her. Yin-Er was temporarily not in any danger. The power of the heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc, releasing and venting. But the tribulation clouds were almost pressing down on the ground, and even more terrifying power was condensing. At this time, Yin-Er already knew that although she had made all kinds of preparations in advance, when faced with the heavenly tribulation, she found that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. You could only rely on yourself to pass the heavenly tribulation. You could only use your own power of the Great Path to resist the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei and He Tian watched from afar, but the tribulation clouds had enveloped a part of the world, and the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in that part of the world had become extremely chaotic. Now, even if the divine diviner of the Heaven's Secrets Gate came in person, he would not be able to divine the situation inside. Gu Fei opened his martial Tao heavenly eye, but it was also difficult for him to see through the void in front of him. He could only capture some blurry images. There was a power that completely separated that place from the outside world. He Tian was the same. His yin-yang divine eye could not see inside either. Wang. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from afar. An extremely powerful demon sword, exuding a monstrous killing intent, directly slashed out from the primal chaos origin. The tip of the sword was pointed at the humanoid battle puppet sitting cross-legged in front of the primal chaos origin. It came back so quickly? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The female demons had just been driven away. Could it be that the female demons, the demon emperor, was really so reckless that she came back to kill them? This did not seem impossible. Swish! The humanoid battle puppet stretched out its right hand and pointed at the demon sword that had shot out from the primal chaos, sending it flying away. You do have some skill. A powerful divine sense spread out from the primal chaos origin. Then, a burly, black-robed, middle-aged man walked out of the primal chaos origin, surrounded by demonic aura. Rumble. The moment this demon walked out, the whole world was shaken by the powerful aura emanating from his body. It was as if this world could not contain him at all. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the demon aura. He was shocked. Someone else from the demons had come. Moreover, this person was incomparably powerful. He was even more powerful than the female demon emperor. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei's humanoid battle puppet made its move. Boom! The humanoid battle puppet punched out. 5 heavens and earth voids emerged on its fist. The power of 5 elements surged out and rushed towards the demon. That person smashed the humanoid battle puppet's punch with a wave of his hand. His combat strength was so strong that it shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that this person was actually a semi-sage? The humanoid battle puppet was comparable to a sage. Even if a semi-sage came, it would not be so easy to resolve the full force of the humanoid battle puppet's punch, unless this demon carried a sacred weapon of diabolism. The battle puppet of the human race's medical sage? The demon's blood-red eyes flickered. The battle puppet refined by a great sage of the human race was no trivial matter. Otherwise, the female demon emperor would not have been defeated by Gu Fei. Clang! A series of sword shadows condensed around the humanoid battle puppet. Each sword shadow was emitting a heart-palpitating aura and sword chi fluctuation. Kill! The humanoid battle puppet pointed with its sword finger. Thousands of sword shadows suddenly lit up. As if they had turned into real divine swords, they all pierced towards the demon in front. The overwhelming sword light illuminated the whole world. The monstrous sword chi surged. The temperature of the world dropped rapidly under the impact of the cold sword chi. The way of the immortal sword? It's just superficial knowledge. It can't even withstand a single blow. The demon was very powerful. A demon hand rushed out from the back of his head. The pitch-black demon hand instantly shrouded the whole world and grabbed forward. Thousands of sword lights were caught by this demon hand and then obliterated. This was a shocking and horrifying scene. It was really hard to imagine. Bam! Gu Fei's humanoid battle puppet was directly sent flying by the demon hand. Gu Fei, who was on a spiritual peak hundreds of miles away, sensed all this. He did not say anything. He directly took out the ninth heaven star sword and then smashed it towards the humanoid battle puppet. Swish! The ninth heaven star's sword turned into a black light. In an instant, it crossed the distance of hundreds of miles and flew to the front of the humanoid battle puppet. The humanoid battle puppet grabbed the sword in its hand. The demon looked in the direction of Gu Fei. A sharp light flashed in his demonic eyes. Even Gu Fei, who was hundreds of miles away, felt a chill run down his spine. This person is too terrifying. I'm afraid he is not an ordinary demonic path semi-sage. He Tian was also shocked by the battle strength displayed by this demon. One should know that the humanoid battle puppet was an existence that could even defeat the female demon's demon emperor. Now, in front of this demon, the humanoid battle puppet actually showed signs of being completely suppressed. This was not a good thing. This made Gu Fei and He Tian feel uneasy. Of course, Gu Fei was not afraid of this demon because he had mastered 3 great extreme path sacred weapons. This person can't be the demon's expert invited by the female demon emperor, right? Gu Fei said. In a few hours, the female demon emperor had enough time to invite the demon's expert. It doesn't matter who she invited. This place is ours. If we can't get it, we will destroy this place. He Tian stared at the demon figure hundreds of miles away and said while gritting his teeth, "This piece of divine land must not fall into the hands of the demons. Even if he had to destroy this piece of divine land, he must not let the demons get it." Buzz. The humanoid battle puppet shook the ninth heaven star sword in its hand and directly slashed at the demon. It was a simple and direct slash, but it contained great power. The sword was pitch black, the sword light was not obvious, and the sword chi was restrained. There was no dazzling divine light, and there was no terrible fluctuation. However, the whole world was shaken by this slash. Martial path battle technique. Chapter 1303. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet slash was simple and direct. There was nothing fancy about it, but this slash shook the world and split the void. That devil could no longer maintain his composure. This was the ancient martial path. A slash could split the world, displaying a terrifying power. Swish. The devil didn't take this attack head-on. He left behind an afterimage and instantly dodged. The power of the 9 heaven stars sword turned the place he was standing into primal chaos. Buzz. The 9 heaven stars sword shook. The humanoid puppet had already locked onto the devil's aura. It immediately changed its attack from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep. The divine sword had no edge, but at this moment, it could cut through the void. That devil had only just appeared in the void when the humanoid puppet's sword slashed down. Although the attack wasn't very fast, it made the devil feel like it was hard to dodge. This was the profundities of the ancient martial path. It was simple, direct, and effective. It was an offensive battle skill that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It wasn't inferior to any grand arts. Good. The devil couldn't help cheering. His opponent's sword was as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely powerful. Even a saint weapon expert wouldn't be a match for it. Swish. The demonic light suddenly appeared, and the space around the devil cultivator distorted. His body seemed to have turned into a demonic wind, and the 9 heaven stars slashed across his body, actually splitting him into 2 halves at the waist. Gu Fei's expression changed. He wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became even graver. He felt as if his humanoid puppet's attack had struck thin air. The devil's body seemed to have turned into a wisp of smoke. Although it was cut in two by the 9 heaven stars' sword, it reformed in the blink of an eye. This level of attack isn't enough to injure me. The devil was very confident. His devil body condensed into a solid form once more. The aura of the devil path spread out from his body, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. This fellow is, on a mountain peak several hundred miles away. He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. He seemed to have recognized the origin of this devil, and a light flashed in his eyes. What did you see? Gu Fei asked. This demon was ridiculously powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Even among the demons, such a person was definitely a top-notch existence. Ancient wind demon? Although He Tian said this, he wasn't very sure. After all, this wasn't the untainted world anymore. Whether or not the ancient wind devil could survive the great turmoil of the late untainted world was a problem. In ancient times, the righteous sect had the wind god, while the demons had the wind devil. The wind god was the great sage of the human race, while the wind devil was the great sage of the demons. Even if this devil cultivator wasn't the wind devil, he was related to it. At this time, the devil cultivator attacked the humanoid war doll. Rumble. The whole world was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. All the living beings in the world were trembling. A wave of demonic power spread in all directions. The pitch-black demon hand smashed the void of heaven and earth, displaying a great demonic power. It slapped towards Gu Fei's humanoid war doll, wanting to smash this battle tool into pieces. On the demon hand, there were indistinct divine runes of the demonic path, drawing the power of the great Tao, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. This made Gu Fei secretly shocked. This was a half-saint demons. It could condense the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth, displaying the battle power of the saint realm. With just one step, this half-saint demons could become a demonic saint. Buzz. The humanoid war doll shook the divine sword and stabbed upwards. Although it was the simplest sword move, it displayed unbelievable power. Swish. The pitch-black demon hand was penetrated. Even if it drew the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth, it wouldn't work. One had to know that the humanoid war doll was a powerful existence equivalent to a saint. Gu Fei's sword move was simple, but it was such a simple sword move that could endlessly fight against the devil cultivator. The devil cultivator didn't dare to take the 9 heaven stars sword head-on. The power of the saint realm spread out. The region where the primal chaos origin was located was in a huge turmoil. The spiritual mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. No one knew how many spiritual herbs were destroyed. This divine land was originally a place established by the great saint of the ancient human race to cultivate divine herbs. This place was filled with spiritual herbs, and there were even herb kings among them. The black demonic aura enveloped the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's humanoid war doll constantly scattered the demonic aura that the devil cultivator condensed. Everywhere the 9 heaven stars sword went, everything was directly destroyed. However, that devil cultivator was too strange. His devil body could freely change between the illusory and the real. This kind of devil Tao ability seemed to be similar to the ability of the ancient wind god. Could this devil cultivator really be the wind devil? Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. This level of attack was really unable to do anything to the opponent. He couldn't kill the opponent, but the opponent could pose a great threat to him. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei felt that he could only be defeated. I am already in an invincible position. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? The devil cultivator spoke with contempt. He seemed to have turned into the incarnation of the wind, moving quickly in the void. The humanoid war doll used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the 8 extremities to fight against the devil cultivator. Roar! The humanoid war doll roared. The 9 heaven stars sword in its hand turned into a destructive light that destroyed the layers of demonic aura. However, it couldn't truly injure the devil cultivator. Damn it! The devil cultivator's body seemed to be a real demonic wind that couldn't be affected at all. Gu Fei's humanoid war doll used all sorts of martial arts, but it could only temporarily scatter the devil cultivator's devil body. The devil cultivator's devil body quickly reformed after being smashed by Gu Fei's fist. It was as if he had an undying body. This can't go on, said He Tian. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He stood on the mountain peak and stared coldly ahead. With the protection of the violet gold divine sword, they didn't fear the pressure of a saint. At this time, in the depths of this divine land, Yin, and the cauldron's heavenly tribulation had reached a critical juncture. They absolutely couldn't be disturbed. There's no other way. I can only fight. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine seizing secret art. A violet divine light appeared on his forehead, and the power of his nascent spirit surged out. Swish! A violet eye seemed to open on Gu Fei's forehead. A figure walked out of his Niwen palace. This tiny figure was Gu Fei's nascent spirit. The aura of the immortal Tao revolved around this tiny figure. It was like an immortal from the 9 heavens, otherworldly and otherworldly. It was very different from Gu Fei's own temperament. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit walked out of the Mud Pill Palace, it turned into a ray of divine light and instantly traversed hundreds of miles, entering the humanoid puppet. The devil cultivator glanced at where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Although Gu Fei's nascent spirit was extremely fast, it was still caught by the devil cultivator. Boom! Gu Fei's nascent spirit entered the humanoid war doll, causing it to shine with dazzling light. An aura so powerful that it could change the color of heaven and earth erupted from the doll. It was like a slumbering saint had awakened from his slumber. Countless divine runes of the great Tao appeared as the doll's appearance changed. Soon, a young cultivator appeared in front of the devil cultivator. The humanoid war doll had taken on Gu Fei's appearance. Interesting. The devil cultivator smiled. He seemed to be playing around with Gu Fei and didn't care about Gu Fei's humanoid war doll at all. Rumble. The 5 elements revolved around Gu Fei's clone. Immortal Tao energy surged as saint runes appeared on his body, interweaving into profound patterns and condensing Tao energy. Clang. The sound of metal clanging rang out around Gu Fei's clone. Each of the 5 elements gave birth to a divine sword. Then, he brought a fire-wreathed divine sword in front of him and slashed at the devil cultivator. As soon as the fire elemental sword appeared, the divine fire that covered the sky and the earth immediately drowned the demon dweller. The sky and the void were burned and twisted by the condensed power of fire. 5-element sword? The devil cultivator's voice came from within the divine fire. He wasn't killed by the divine fire. The fire was being extinguished from within. The clanging sounds continued as the 5-element sword was activated by Gu Fei. It released a terrifying 5-element sword chi that turned into 5 rays of light. These 5 rays of light contained the power of the great Tao. Each one could kill a half-step saint. But in front of the devil cultivator, these rays of light were nothing. The devil cultivator laughed and charged forward. His sleeves fluttered, and when the 5 rays of light slashed at him, they were all repelled by a force. What? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw this scene from a distant mountain peak. This was too frightening. It had to be known that this was a saint-ranked attack. The 5 rays of light contained the power of the great Tao. This was the terrifying power of a saint. Even a saint would have a headache when facing it. How could it be so easily neutralized? Could it be that this guy was really a great devil from ancient times? How can there be such an existence in today's world? He Tian frowned. This devil cultivator was so powerful that he couldn't believe it. Saint-level existences had long been extinct. There were no more saints in today's world. How could the demons be an exception? This was absolutely impossible. There seemed to be something fishy about this. Gu Fei and He Tian felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. This made them feel uneasy. Chapter 1304. Another great demon has arrived? Gu Fei and He Tian, who were hundreds of miles away, sensed the terrifying demonic aura. Their expressions changed drastically. This demon wasn't someone they could deal with. A terrifying demonic figure passed through the chaotic origin and entered the sacred land. It was a white-haired old man in black robes. At first glance, he looked like a human with a ruddy face. However, the old man's eyes were as black as ink. The old man's eyes had no pupils. There was nothing but darkness. His eyes seemed like a bottomless devil's hole. Anyone who looked into them would feel as though their soul would be sucked away. This was a pair of terrifying demonic eyes. Primordial Old Ghost, the demon fighting with Gu Fei's clone, was surprised to see this old man. He had never imagined that this old man would appear here. Could this old man be a primordial sky demon? Gu Fei and He Tian were both taken aback. How could these great ancient devils, who had disappeared long ago, still be alive? Even if he was alive, it was impossible for him to appear here. In today's great era, saint-grade existences were already extinct. These supreme existences that had once dominated the ancient times were now regarded as legendary gods and remembered by future generations. Even a crazy old man like you managed to survive? No, you're not that crazy old man. You're just one of his clones. The old man's demonic eyes stared at the demon as he spoke. Boom. At this moment, the demon's demonic power suddenly erupted and knocked away the 5 elements sword lights that were circling around him. Then, he struck out with his palm and sent Gu Fei's clone flying thousands of meters away. The void of the 5 elements around the doppelganger was destroyed. Too strong. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. This demon's cultivation was too strong. Moreover, this was just a clone. After the demon sent Gu Fei's battle avatar flying, he turned to look at the old man with a bloody glint in his blood-colored eyes. Old ghost of primordial beginning, you're not any better. Aren't you just an incarnation? Even though it was just an incarnation, it was imprinted with the spirit imprint of the main body. Thus, its words and actions were no different from the main body. Wind Devil, I didn't expect you to also leave behind an embodiment. The primordial heavenly devil's embodiment said. He did not seem to be on the same side as the devil cultivator. Humph. I will return to this world sooner or later, Wind Devil's incarnation said coldly. Not everyone knew about such a great secret of the world. Gu Fei and He Tian were horrified to hear the information from Wind Demon's words. He would return sooner or later. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the supreme demons of the ancient times had not fallen? If that was really the case, the return of these ancient great demons would probably put all the living beings in the heaven realm in danger. Gu Fei only thought about it for a moment before he broke out in a cold sweat. I sensed the aura of the extreme path sacred weapon. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation turned around and looked towards the depths of the divine land. Black Devil Chi lingered in his pitch-black eyes. Hearing this, the ancient Wind Devil's 2 eyebrows immediately raised. Then, he glared and said, Don't even think about taking this place. Everything here is mine. Ancient Wind Devil was a little nervous. It should be known that this primordial heavenly devil was not a kind person. The primordial demonic mirror had killed countless experts. Humph. Witnesses have a share. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation sneered. Since he had entered the treasure mountain, how could he return empty-handed? Then, you want me to go against you? The ancient Wind Devil's incarnation's voice became cold. Devil Chi lingered around his body, and his body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation also emitted a biting cold murderous aura. Very well, then bring it on. The ancient Wind Devil's incarnation took a step forward and then transformed into a primordial demonic hand, grabbing directly at the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. Buzz. The void shook and a simple and unadorned mirror appeared above the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. Then, it emitted a dazzling demonic light and shone towards the demonic hand. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Under the illumination of the primordial demonic mirror, the big hand collapsed. At this moment, the wind devil had already turned into a demonic light and rushed towards the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. The primordial heavenly devil must have met the Diabolism Empress who had been defeated by Gu Fei's war avatar doppelganger and banished from this divine land. Otherwise, how could the primordial demonic mirror fall into the hands of the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation? Without any unnecessary words, the two super experts began to fight. At this moment, Gu Fei's war avatar doppelganger hid far away. In the hands of the primordial heavenly devil, the primordial demonic mirror emitted a terrifying holy power. Rays of dark light shattered the void and clashed with the wind devil. They were just two incarnations, but they were so powerful that it could be said to be abnormal. The ground was sinking and the void was being destroyed. They were simply two demons of destruction. Old wind, if you don't use your holy weapon now, you won't have the chance to. The primordial heavenly devil's old voice echoed in the sky. He controlled the primordial demonic mirror and used all kinds of killing techniques, gradually gaining the upper hand. Turn into the wind, invisible and traceless. Ancient wind devil let out a roar and his entire body immediately turned incorporeal. Even the demonic aura emanating from his body was quickly dispersing. However, in just a moment, the demonic body of the wind devil and even the demonic chi on his body became transparent. In the end, he completely merged with the surrounding void. What? The primordial heavenly devil was shocked that the wind devil disappeared. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were stunned to see this scene. How did he do it? Unbelievable. Swoosh. Wind devil, who had disappeared, instantly appeared behind primordial heavenly demon. He then struck out with his palm, sending primordial heavenly demon flying. The primordial demon mirror floating above his head was also sent flying. This was a battle between saints. No one could remain calm after sensing the existence of the extreme path sacred weapon. The primordial heavenly devil and the ancient wind devil both wanted everything here. The arrival of the two demons made Gu Fei and He Tian feel great pressure. Even their war avatar doppelganger could not compete with these existences. Of course, this had a lot to do with their cultivation. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could at most activate 50% of the war avatar's power. If he could successfully cut the way, he might be able to completely activate the power of the war avatar. At that time, the power he could activate would be even stronger. Chapter 1305. If only I had my weapon in hand. Wind Demon was too aggrieved. His devil weapon was lost in ancient times. If he had the devil weapon in hand, he wouldn't let this old guy be so presumptuous in front of him. Buzz. At this moment, the devil mirror above primordial sky demon's head made a vibration, and a vast and horrifying wave spread out from the devil mirror. Humph, you're on your own. Suddenly, Wind Demon sneered and retreated far away. What? At this time, Primordial Sky Demon also seemed to feel something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and saw a blurry figure almost sticking to his body. Even though he was so close, Primordial Sky Demon still couldn't see this person clearly. This person appeared too suddenly, like looking at flowers in the fog, giving people a feeling of unreality. Swish. Primordial Sky Demon didn't even think about it and directly retreated, but that figure made a move. Poof. An arm directly inserted between Primordial Sky Demon's chest and abdomen, and then that person shook his arm. Bang! Primordial Sky Demon's body immediately exploded. Buzz! The Primordial Devil Mirror shook, and the great Tao Devil patterns intertwined on the Devil Mirror. The mighty power of destruction shattered the void of heaven and earth, wanting to completely obliterate this mysterious person below. Bang! That mysterious person just stretched out a palm and pressed upwards, and the mighty power of destruction from the primordial devil mirror was immediately dispersed. The primordial devil mirror was directly knocked away. This Everyone who saw this scene was stunned by the combat power displayed by the mysterious person. It was incredible that he could fight against the devil weapon of the ancient great saint of Devil Tao with his bare hands. Although that primordial sky demon was just an incarnation, it also had a powerful strength infinitely close to the saint tier. Even Wind Demon was frightened when his devil body was blown up like this. Wow, who are you? Primordial Sky Demon reassembled his devil body and appeared in the distant sky. The primordial devil mirror flew over and suspended above his head. It poured down a devil light and protected him in it. The other party destroyed his devil body with one move. Was this guy actually an invincible martial artist? Under the heavens and on the earth, only the invincible martial artists could fight a saint weapon with their bare hands. Primordial Demon roared again and again. He was shocked and angry. Every time his devil body was destroyed, his strength would fall. At this time, although he had reconstructed his devil body, his strength was only about 80% of his original strength. If he was slashed more than a dozen times, his demonic body would be completely finished. This is, hundreds of kilometers away, Gu Fei was standing on a mountain peak. He was shocked to the extreme, because this mysterious person was the incarnation of the ancient wind god that had helped Gu Fei reach foundation establishment. Why is he here? When Gu Fei saw that it was the incarnation of the ancient wind god, he was completely stunned. That day in the Nine Heavens hidden dragon grounds, the incarnation of the ancient wind god had displayed a supreme mystic ability to compete with the true dragon. Even the legendary true dragon was no match for him. If he wanted to escape, then didn't this guy chase after the true dragon? When He Tian saw this mysterious person, he was also incomparably shocked. That day when he went deep into the hidden dragon land, he had once seen the incarnation of the ancient wind god. No one knew why the incarnation of the ancient wind god suddenly appeared here. This guy, even the incarnation of the wind demon, was shocked. The battle strength displayed by this mysterious person was probably the true battle strength of the saint level. Otherwise, how could he slash the incarnation of the primordial demon? The incarnation of the primordial demon was extremely powerful. If it was in the ancient times, an incarnation could fight against a saint. Even after countless years, the current world was not like the ancient times. The incarnation of the primordial demon was weakened, but it still had the strength infinitely close to the saint level. Such an existence could kill half a saint and compete with the most powerful existence in this world. But now, his devil body was slashed by this mysterious person in one move. Even the incarnation of the ancient great devil saint could not have an immortal body. If it was slashed once, its strength would be weakened. If it was slashed more than a dozen times, the result would be its soul flying away and scattering. Who the hell are you? The primordial demon was both shocked and infuriated. The opponent's battle strength was too frightening. He had actually been able to get behind him without him noticing. The incarnation of the ancient wind god didn't say anything. Its figure was faint and illusory, as if it could dissipate at any moment. There were no energy fluctuations coming from it, nor was there any powerful aura coming from it. However, that figure just stood there quietly in the void, giving off an insurmountable feeling and an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. The ancient wind god's incarnation swiped at the origin of the primal chaos behind him. The original land of primal chaos was actually erased from the void just like that. What? Everyone was shocked. The ancient wind god's incarnation had actually erased the original land of primal chaos that was connected to the outside world. The passage between this world and the outside world had been closed by the ancient wind god. Damn, we can't get out. We're going to be trapped here until we die. He Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1306. The ancient wind god was very straightforward. He directly closed the only passage between this world and the outside world, which surprised everyone and made them somewhat at a loss. This world was refined by the great saints of the ancient human clan. It was extremely stable and difficult to destroy. However, even if one could break through this world, it would not necessarily be able to go to the outside world. Outside the world was the land of chaos. In the chaos, there was no time and direction. It was an absolute state of chaos before the world was formed. It was the most easy to get lost inside. Once lost inside, unless one was in existence like the extreme saint, as long as one was lost in the chaos, they would never be able to come out again. The vague figure did not speak and directly attacked the primeval sky demon and the wind demon. Although the illusory body did not emit any fluctuations, it gave people the feeling that there were hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains moving, almost suffocating everyone. Oomph! The primeval sky demon sneered, and then directly activated the primeval demon mirror that was suspended above his head. On the demon mirror, the great Tao demon pattern appeared, and the power of the Tao interweaved. Buzz! The primeval demon mirror trembled, and an extremely powerful force spread out from the demon mirror. A black light broke through the void, illuminated the world, and swept towards the ancient wind god incarnation. This was the power of the saint-level demon path. It triggered the power of the great Tao, and it could destroy everything. The primeval demon mirror was almost completely awakened, showing a terrible power. Bang! The illusory figure only blasted out a punch, and it dispersed the terrible destructive demonic light that shot out from the primeval demon mirror. What? The primeval sky demon was really shocked. The opponent was extremely powerful. It should be known that the primeval demon mirror was a great saint-level sacred weapon that he had refined. This blow had the powerful power of the saint level. Even an ordinary saint would be shocked under this blow from the primeval demon mirror, but the opponent broke this blow so easily. This guy is too fierce. Tion couldn't help being shocked. This was the highest profundity of the martial path, the fist to break all divine abilities. No matter how powerful your divine abilities were, no matter how boundless your magic power was, I only needed a single fist to break them. The supreme profound meaning of martial arts. When Gu Fei saw the wind god's punch, his eyes lit up. This was the simplest and most direct punch. It looked like a casual punch, but it contained an invincible might. The primordial god of wind used the wind god steps and arrived in front of the primordial demon like a gust of wind. Then, he threw another punch. The void was silently annihilated under his fist. There were no energy fluctuations, but it had shattered the void of heaven and earth. This kind of power was really too terrifying. Bam! Without any suspense, the primordial demon was blasted away. If it wasn't for the protection of the primordial demon mirror, he would have been killed by the ancient wind god again. What are you waiting for? The primordial demon roared. His opponent was too strong. Even with the primordial demon mirror in hand, he was still suppressed. This was an ancient, invincible battle skill. When used by the ancient wind god, its power was even more terrifying. Wind Demon was shocked and furious. He wanted to attack, but the other party was so strong that even Primordial Demon was no match for him. If he went up, he would probably end up the same way. Boom! Wind Demon punched the void in front of him. The violent power directly penetrated the void of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the magical power of the demons to reopen the passage to the outside world. However, not everyone had the ability to do so. Although the void was shattered, it was restored by the power of heaven and earth in this world. It was very difficult to reappear at the origin of chaos. Old Wind, if you want to go out, you have to kill this guy. The primordial demon rushed over from afar. The primordial demon mirror was floating above his head, emitting a terrifying saint-tier aura. The demonic mirror was like a black sun, suppressing the world so much that the void was trembling. This is the only way. Wind Demon had to accept the reality. Only by practicing with the primordial demon could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would be killed here. Roar! Wind Devil let out a furious roar and charged at the ancient wind god with all his might. His devil body turned into an earth-shattering gust of devil wind that swept towards the ancient wind god. The ancient wind god did not dodge. He did not care to dodge at all. He let the demonic wind that could tear the void blow, but he was as still as a mountain, walking in the black wind. With every step he took, a line of the great path emerged under the feet of the ancient wind god. The monstrous black wind engulfed the ancient wind god in an instant, and a terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were affected and had no choice but to retreat far away. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles were uprooted from the ground and crushed by the black wind. Wind Demon hid in the black wind and attacked the ancient wind god. Rays of demonic light, like the killing light of the great path, shot out from the black wind and penetrated the ancient wind god from all directions. The ancient wind god pointed a finger. A mass of divine light spread out from the tip of his finger. Wherever the divine light passed, the black wind dissipated immediately. All the demonic light that penetrated the ancient wind god collapsed. It was just a finger, but it caused the void within a radius of hundreds of miles to collapse, forming terrifying black spatial cracks. The black wind that shrouded the entire heaven and earth disappeared. The incarnation of the ancient demon's great sage wind demon was also hid out from the void. Too strong. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded when they saw this unbelievable scene. In front of the incarnation of the ancient wind god, these two demons were as fragile as newborn babies. Arg! Wind Demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his demonic body. He was like a porcelain that had been cracked and could shatter at any time. It's the Void Fragmentation Finger. You're the wind god of the wind god sect. Wind Demon recognized the martial skill of the incarnation of the ancient wind god. He was utterly shocked. In the ancient times, the wind god sect had only appeared for a short period of time. However, the wind god who founded the wind god sect had a great background. Some people said that the wind god was the son of a supreme martial progenitor. His martial skills were personally taught by the supreme martial progenitor. Thus, he had unlimited potential and was expected to become the second martial progenitor. However, when the wind god's reputation reached its peak, the wind god sect disappeared from the ancient times overnight. No one knew where the wind god sect had moved to. Since then, the people of the wind god sect had completely disappeared from the primordial world. The disappearance of the wind god sect caused a great disturbance in the primordial world. It even triggered a terrifying war between the demons and the humans. Chapter 1307. The ancient divine wind sect had dominated the untainted land for nearly 1,000 years because the founder of the divine wind sect was a great sage of the human race. This great sage had a terrifying background. No one dared to provoke the divine wind sect even in the untainted land where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The disappearance of the divine wind sect was still a secret. There were many ancient books in the world, but there were no records of this. No one knew what had happened in the past. Now that the Void Fragmentation Finger had appeared, this mysterious person was probably the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect. After guessing the identity of the other party, Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil were shocked to the extreme. The divine wind sect was a supreme existence like a god even in the ancient times. Although they were both great sage, Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil knew their limits. Even in the ancient times, their true bodies were definitely not a match for the divine wind sect. The divine wind sect was the king of the great sage realm. The incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect broke Wind Devil's dreadful divine ability with one finger, dispersing the endless devil wind and almost causing Wind Devil's devil body to collapse. Too strong. What should we do? Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil looked at each other. They both felt a great threat. Although this divine wind sect was also an incarnation, it seemed to be able to display the power of a great sage realm expert. The incarnation of a great sage king was too powerful and terrifying. Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect could suppress the incarnations of Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil. Moreover, the only passage connecting this world to the outside world was erased by the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect. It was obvious that the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect wanted to keep these two incarnations of the great sage demons here. Bang! At this time, the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect attacked again. An illusory big hand instantly shrouded the whole world and grabbed towards Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil. There wasn't any energy fluctuation coming from the hand, but the hand had confined the entire world, shrouding both the primordial heavenly demon and wind demon. What? Primordial heavenly devil and wind devil were shocked. Buzz. The primordial demon mirror, which was floating above primordial demon's head, was vibrating. Endless demonic light shot out from the mirror, piercing through the void. Saint Tier power erupted from the demonic mirror, contending against the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The void between the two was annihilated soundlessly, returning to its most primitive state. This was the collision of Saint Tier power. Even the primal chaos energy was forced out. Damn it, I don't believe that he alone can defeat us. The wind demon roared, then rushed forward and slapped the primordial heavenly demon's back. Boom. Endless demonic power burst out of wind demon and rushed into primordial demon's body. It merged with the demonic power in primordial demon's body and formed an extremely powerful force. Primeval heavenly demon and wind demon's potentials were fully released, making primeval heavenly demon's power reach the saint level. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The primordial demon mirror was fully awakened. This was a great Saint Tier power. It erupted like a mountain torrent and directly shattered the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Heaven and earth were collapsing. This side of the world seemed to be unable to withstand such a force at all. The whole world showed signs of collapsing as if doomsday had arrived. However, just as the great Saint Tier power spread in all directions, a tremor suddenly came from the depths of this side of the world. Buzz. A terrifying sound wave came out from the depths of this side of the world. A powerful and unstoppable force froze the entire world and resisted the power of the primordial demon mirror, so that this destructive force would not spread and destroy the entire world. It was unknown what happened in the depths of this side of the world. The destructive force in this side of the world had weakened to a bearable level. Heaven's retribution began to dissipate. Gu Fei and He Tian's attention were attracted by the battle between the ancient wind god and the two great demons. They did not know when the power of heaven's retribution began to dissipate. After primeval heavenly demon used the primordial demon mirror to shatter the huge hand condensed by the ancient wind god, he did something that made everyone dumbfounded. They saw that primordial heavenly demon hit the ancient wind demon's demon body with his palm, directly blowing up the demon body. Ancient wind demon was furious. Primordial old ghost actually hit him when he was down. It was too insidious to attack him at this time. Wind demon was unwilling to let primordial heavenly demon destroy his demon body. Boom. Wind demon's exploded demon body burned. The dark demon fire instantly swept the entire world, drowning primordial heavenly demon in it. You are ruthless. Primordial heavenly demon's voice came from the demon fire. Wind demon was burning his own demon chi. He wanted to perish together with primordial heavenly demon. Ruthless than you? Let's die together. Wind demon's divine thoughts came from the demon fire. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already escaped far away. Even Wind God's incarnation did not make a move. Only you will die. I want your power. Primordial heavenly demon roared again and again. Then, a dark vortex appeared in the endless demon fire. The vortex emitted a heaven-devouring power, swallowing the surrounding demon fire. Roar! Wind demon's terrified divine thoughts came from the demon fire. The monstrous demon fire was fixed and swallowed into the primordial demon mirror. After obtaining Wind demon's demon power, the primordial demon mirror's aura became even more terrifying. It had a kind of power that could shock the heavens. Without any suspense, primordial heavenly demon's demon mirror swallowed everything. Nothing was left of Wind demon's incarnation. His demon power became a part of the demon mirror's power. After obtaining Wind demon's power, primordial heavenly demon's strength directly broke through from infinitely close to the saint realm. Now, he could fight with Wind God. Whoosh! Primordial heavenly demon took a step and rushed to the depths of this divine land. There was a big cauldron looming there. A medicinal fragrance floated in the entire world. The peerless divine medicine was refined. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't sit still when they thought of this. Gu Fei's spirit entered the humanoid battle puppet. He immediately attacked primordial heavenly demon and intercepted primordial heavenly demon. Courting death. Primordial heavenly demon used the demon mirror and shone it directly at Gu Fei. The destructive demon light directly shattered the void and penetrated the heaven and earth, showing a terrifying power. This was the power of the great sage level. It was not something Gu Fei could imagine. Without any suspense, the humanoid battle puppet that Gu Fei had entered was directly sent flying. Even a saint-level battle puppet could not contend with such power. Primordial heavenly demon wanted to rush into the depths of this divine land and seize the myriad medicine cosmic cauldron. One must know that there was a cauldron of myriad medicine cosmic cauldron with a peerless divine medicine. For cultivators, there was nothing more precious than the peerless divine medicine that could help people improve their cultivation. However, no one was willing to see the treasure fall into the hands of an outsider. Gu Fei made a move to stop it, but the wind god incarnation had already caught up. Bam! The ancient wind god incarnation directly blasted out a palm, making primordial heavenly demon unable to escape, forcing him to confront it head-on. Boom! The void between heaven and earth was directly annihilated, and the whole world was shaking. The power of the sage level once again collided with each other, and the mighty energy storm shattered everything. The surrounding mountains were constantly collapsing, and dust rose to the sky. The birds and beasts in this part of the world were frightened and fled in all directions. There was no trace of birds and beasts in the surrounding area. Primordial heavenly demon and the ancient wind god were fighting. Both of their footwork could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The two of them moved quickly in the void, and wherever they passed, the void would inevitably collapse, leaving behind the broken void that would slowly recover. The ancient wind god did not have a holy weapon in hand, but even so, his incarnation showed unparalleled combat power and confronted the destructive demonic light emitted by the demon mirror with his bare hands. This was the power of a great sage of the human clan who had cultivated to the sage realm. It was a little unbelievable that an incarnation had the power of a sage level. Even if the primordial demon mirror showed the terrifying power of a great sage level, it was difficult to obliterate Gu Fei. Bam! Boom! The speed of the two great sage-level powerhouses was too fast, and the dull sound of collision came from the depths of this part of the world. The void shook, and it was extremely shocking. The ancient wind god intercepted the primordial heavenly demon, which made Gu Fei and He Tian overjoyed. They immediately soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Yin-Er. The power of heaven's retribution was about to dissipate. Gu Fei and He Tian came to the place where Yin-Er crossed the heaven's retribution, and both of their hearts thumped violently. Where's Yin-Er? Where did she go? Did she fail to cross the heaven's retribution? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. All they saw were scattered stones, collapsed mountains nearby, and the ground was a mess. However, Gu Fei and He Tian did not see Yin-Er. Could it be that Yin-Er could not withstand the heaven's retribution, and her body and soul were destroyed by the heaven's retribution? Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. They carefully searched the vicinity, but they did not find any trace of Yin-Er. Even if her body and soul were destroyed by heaven's retribution, there should be something left behind. It's too thorough and clean. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then turned and rushed to the location of the cauldron of myriad medicines. The cauldron of myriad medicines had nurtured a cauldron of heaven, defying peerless divine pill. If one were to take such a peerless divine pill, one would probably face his own heaven's retribution immediately. When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the place where the cauldron of myriad medicines was located, the scene in front of them made them feel surprised and happy, and the boulder in their hearts was lifted. Chapter 1308. The cauldron of the universe of medicines floated high in the sky, surrounded by rays of divine light. Countless lines of the great path were faintly discernible, and an unimaginably powerful coercion spread out. Every divine pattern of the great path was as huge as a mountain. They were directly imprinted in the void, triggering the power of the great path of heaven and earth. No one could approach it. Gu Fei and He Tian stopped at a distance. They felt their souls trembling, as if they were facing a supreme saint. They almost fell to their knees. Even with the protection of the purple gold divine sword, they still felt a great pressure. It was too terrifying. Such coercion was enough to shock the world. An ancient cauldron became the only thing between heaven and earth. And higher in the sky, there was also an ancient cauldron as huge as a mountain. However, this ancient cauldron did not emit the power of the Great Path. That ancient cauldron was Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was simple and unadorned, with chaotic primordial qi lingering on it. Although the cauldron of the universe of medicines below emitted a monstrous saint-level coercion, the mountain and river cauldron was as still as a mountain. With a thought from Gu Fei, the ancient cauldron quickly shrank, and then flew back to him, sinking into his dantian. After retrieving the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He and He Tian retreated into the distance. The cauldron of the universe of medicines had completely awakened. Unless a real great saint came, no one could approach it. Yen who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of the universe of medicines, radiated with divine light. The aura of the Great Path on her body resonated with the aura of the Great Path emitted by the cauldron of the universe of medicines below her. What is she trying to do? Gu Fei and He Tian retreated thousands of miles away. He Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene with his yin-yang divine eyes. It seemed that Yin wanted to refine the cauldron of the universe of medicines. The cauldron of the universe of medicines was a divine tool refined by a great saint of the human race. It was absolutely impossible for Yin who was only in the mighty realm, to refine such a divine tool. After all, Gu Fei had only managed to refine those extreme saint weapons with the help of the martial ancestor's Dao brand that was branded in his heart. One should know that when Gu Fei refined those divine weapons of the Great Path, he had to borrow the power of the Great Path of the martial ancestor. He had to rely on the power of the Great Path. Of saint weapons refined by great saints were generally difficult to refine by others. If someone wanted to refine a saint weapon, the spirit imprint of the saint weapon's original owner would immediately cause trouble. Not only is she going to refine the cauldron of myriad medicines, but she's also going to refine this world? He Tian was extremely shocked. It was over this time, and he would get nothing. The divine light of heaven and earth of the origin floated in front of Yin Then, lines of Dao appeared between Yin eyebrows, and the lines of Dao lingered, as if they were connected to a world of light. A small figure walked out from the lines of Dao between Yin eyebrows, and then disappeared into the mass of chaotic divine light in front of her. Rumble. The entire world shook, and the divine light of heaven and earth of the origin shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. Even the place where the ancient wind god and the primordial demon fought was no exception. The power of heaven and earth was vast, and even the power of the primordial demon mirror was suppressed. Everything in this world was suppressed. The entire world seemed to be returning to chaos. What should we do? He Tian knew what would happen when Yin refined this part of the world. When that time came, even if a saint were to enter this part of the world, his life or death would be at Yin whim. Roar. An angry roar was heard from afar. The primordial demon's incarnation seemed to be in big trouble, and it roared again and again. The primordial demon's incarnation desperately activated the primordial demon mirror, breaking the void, and wanted to reopen the passage between this world and the outside world. However, all of this was in vain. The origin of chaos could not reappear, and they would be trapped in this world until they died. Otherwise, they would have to take the risk of breaking into the chaos. However, once they were lost in the chaos, even if they could survive, they would not be able to find the way back to the outside world. They could only drift in the chaos forever, forever alone. Chapter 1309. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth that the great sage had carved out began to tremble, as the energy of heaven and earth surged, as though a supreme sage was about to awaken. Apart from the divine weapons of the extreme path, everything in this part of the world was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. All living beings were terrified. Even the incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon felt the danger and wanted to break through the void and rush out. Outside of this world was chaos. There was nothing there. Everything was in chaos, and only the power of destruction wreaked havoc. The primordial sky demon almost charged into the primordial chaos several times, but he endured it. Once he did, it was very easy to get lost inside. Once lost, the chances of coming out of the chaos would be minuscule. The primordial sky demon didn't want to try. He didn't want to walk this path until the very end. If he got lost in the primordial chaos forever, even a saint would go crazy. Bam! A demonic sun-like demonic light illuminated the world and blocked the unparalleled punch of the ancient wind god. With the primordial demon mirror in hand, even the ancient wind god would find it difficult to kill this demon in a short time. The devil weapon refined by the great sage of ancient devil Tao was extremely powerful. It had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the primeval demon mirror, the primeval demon would have been killed many times. Even though the primordial sky demon had devoured the wind devil and obtained its power, it was still nothing in front of the wind god. An invincible battle skill was enough to sweep through everything. At this moment, the ancient wind god's incarnation also sensed the changes in this part of the world. He didn't seem to care at all, but the pressure that came from this part of the world made him feel apprehensive. The wind god attacked with his full strength. His fists manifested the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements engulfed the world. It was as if there were 5 worlds revolving around him. With a punch, it was as if a part of the world was pushing forward. The ancient wind god's aura was powerful to the extreme, displaying an invincible spirit. This is a true invincible battle skill? Gu Fei's heart shuddered seeing this. The flawless 5 elements fist was a battle skill invented by the supreme martial progenitor. When executed by the ancient wind god, its power was tremendous, and no one could stand a chance against it. Bam! The ancient wind god's fire elemental fist dispersed all the devil chi in the world, and the fire elemental fist shook the primordial magic mirror. Roar! The incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon used its devil path divine ability with all its strength. The primordial magic mirror descended from the sky and entered his body. An extremely terrifying aura immediately spread out from the body of the demon. The primeval demon and the magic mirror merged into one, and his combat power soared to an unimaginable level. There were ripples in the void around him, as if the world could not contain him. This guy is going all out, Heition said. 6 paths of devil hell. Primeval demon roared, and 6 dark whirlpools immediately appeared around him, and a heart-palpitating demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. Rumble, the void trembled, and the 6 whirlpools emitted a heaven-devouring power, trying to devour the ancient wind god. Wherever they passed, the void crumbled and was devoured. The depths of the 6 terrifying whirlpools seemed to be connected to 6 unimaginable devil prisons, and demonic howls seemed to be coming from them. The ancient wind god did not say anything. He directly reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. His palm grew infinitely larger and covered the entire sky. This is the heaven engulfing hand. Gu Fei recognized this battle skill. This was a battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. It seemed that the ancient wind god was really related to the peerless martial ancestor. This was an unforgettable scene. A huge hand that covered the sky collided with the 6 whirlpools, emitting terrifying demonic energy. The 6 pitch-black whirlpools swallowed heaven and earth, but they were unable to swallow the ancient wind god's heaven-covering hand into the black whirlpools. The sky-encompassing palm smashed the 6 black whirlpools. However, as it did so, the sky-encompassing palm dissipated into the void. This is too terrifying, Heition murmured to himself. The ancient wind god's battle strength was so powerful that he dared to go head-on against the demonic weapon refined by the great saint demons. It's just an incarnation. Could it be comparable to a real human race martial body? Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. The ancient wind god was able to move unhindered in the untainted land. The ancient wind god incarnation took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the primordial demon incarnation. He then directly threw a punch. The powerful fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The void in front of the fist was collapsing. The destructive force formed by the shattering of heaven and earth instantly engulfed the primordial demon. If the power of a martial Dao battle skill was strong enough, it could break through any divine ability. No matter how many spells you have, I can break them with a single punch. A successful cultivator was definitely the strongest existence in the world. The ancient wind god incarnation's battle strength was as strong as the original body. It was absolutely invincible among the same level. The ancient wind god incarnation directly hit the primordial demon incarnation together with the primordial demon mirror into the chaos. He wanted to use the destructive force of the chaos to obliterate the primordial demon incarnation. However, the primordial demon incarnation had a great saint-level demon weapon in hand. Even if it was hit into the chaos, it was difficult to be obliterated by the power of chaos. A powerful saint-level fluctuation came out from the shattered heaven and earth. A jet of black light shot out from the primal chaos, sweeping away the ancient wind god's incarnation that was chasing after it. A figure walked out from the primal chaos. Swish! The moment the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon walked out of the chaos, a huge divine pattern of the Great Path, which was as large as a mountain ridge, emitted a terrible fluctuation of Tao power. It rushed out from the depths of this world and hit the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon. Without any suspense, the primordial demon incarnation did not even have time to let out a scream. His entire body was shattered by the Great Path divine pattern. In front of the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth, even a great saint-level demon weapon was not enough. Buzz! The primordial demon mirror trembled. The power of the Great Path emitted by the Great Path divine pattern shook the demon mirror away. The demon mirror suffered a great impact, and the light immediately dimmed. This? Chapter 13:10. A beam of divine light of the Great Path shot out from the depths of this world. It hit the demonic body of the primordial heavenly demon and directly blew it up. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Rumble! The cauldron of myriad drug universe radiated billions of rays of light, and the power of heaven and earth in the entire world was drawn. Strands, like billions of silk threads, emerged from the black cauldron and disappeared into the void of the entire world. The divine light of the Great Path just now seemed to have shot out from the cauldron of the universe, but at that time, no one saw it. That divine pearl of heaven and earth origin was vibrating. It was moving toward Yin-Er, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of myriad medicines. It wanted to enter Yin-Er's body. Glabella, the space between Yin-Er's brows blossomed with light. It was as if it was connected to another world. The power of her divine will was vast and mighty like the ocean. The light was resplendent like a divine land. She's really going to refine this world. We have to get out of here quickly. He Tian was incomparably nervous. Refining a world was no simple matter. The ancient wind god made his move. He obliterated all the devil chi from the explosion of the primordial heavenly demon's devil body. He was very careful and cautious, because for an existence like the primordial heavenly demon, even if his devil body was destroyed, he might not really die. As expected, there was a faint fluctuation in the devil chi. It was the spiritual imprint of the incarnation of the primeval demon. Even the divine light of the Great Path could not destroy it. Roar! The spiritual imprint of the primeval devil let out a roar of disbelief and then died out completely. The ancient god of wind obliterated everything. The great sage incarnation of the primordial demons had finally been slain. Afterwards, the blurry figure turned around and gazed into the depths of the world. Two gazes shot out from his eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to act rashly. This ancient wind god was so powerful that it could shatter the void with a wave of its hand. This is the equivalent of a saint. He took back the primordial demon mirror and wanted to destroy it. However, it was a supreme demon tool refined by the great sage of the ancient demons. Unless his real body came, it would be impossible to destroy it. In the end, the ancient wind god's incarnation absorbed the magic mirror into its body. It wanted to use its own godly power to slowly erase the magic mirror. The primordial demon mirror was a very famous demon tool even in the ancient times. Once the demon mirror appeared, it could illuminate the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. It could even kill saints. Who knows how many experts have been killed by this magic mirror? After the ancient wind god incarnation put away the primordial demon mirror, he directly punched the void in front of him. The void was annihilated under his fist, and a chaotic void with a radius of 100 feet appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The ancient wind god actually punched out the primordial qi. This kind of strength was too frightening. It should be known that even if the primordial demon incarnation had a great killing weapon like the primordial demon mirror, it would still be difficult for the primordial demon incarnation to recreate the primordial origin. But this ancient wind god incarnation directly punched out the primordial origin. How could this not make Gu Fei and He Tian shocked? The ancient wind god incarnation directly walked into the primordial origin and disappeared in the primordial qi. He left this world just like that. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. Then, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and floated above their heads. He also walked into the primordial origin. When Gu Fei and He Tian walked into the primordial origin, the 100 feet radius of the primordial origin immediately became smaller and finally disappeared. The only connection to the outside world had disappeared. Gu Fei and He Tian were protected by the mountain and river cauldron. As they walked through the primordial chaos, they sensed the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy coming from up ahead. In the most primordial chaos, this fluctuation of heaven and earth energy was like a bright lamp, guiding Gu Fei and Erebus forward. Their speed was very fast, but there were no rules of time within the primordial chaos. Everything was a scene of primordial chaos before heaven and earth had been created. This was a kind of primordial state between heaven and earth. Outside of heaven and earth was the primordial chaos. All heaven and earth were created from primordial chaos. Whether it was the heaven realm, the human realm, or even the heaven and earth created by the great sages, they were all born from primordial chaos. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it had only been a moment, or perhaps it had been millions of years. As they walked through the primordial chaos, all they saw was chaos and destruction. The heaven and earth energy in front of them grew stronger and stronger. Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this was the exit of the primordial chaos. They quickened their pace. Boom! Just at this moment, the primordial chaos in front of them began to shake intensely. Earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc. An extremely powerful force struck the primordial chaos. Oh! Gu Fei and He Tian were both startled. Someone was fighting in the primordial chaos? Swish! A blood-colored divine spear emitted boundless blood-colored light. It broke through the layers of chaos and directly pierced towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Saint-level power surged. Someone was attacking Gu Fei and He Tian. Damn! Just as they were about to leave the primordial chaos, someone was attacking them. That infuriated Gu Fei and He Tian. Swish! A figure charged out of Gu Fei's dantian. A saint-class energy surged out of that figure, unleashing waves of destruction within the primordial chaos. Oomph! That person sneered and directly punched forward to meet the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force shook the surrounding chaos and instantly collided with the blood-colored divine spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine spear shattered, and the figure in front of Gu Fei and the others also took a few steps back. However, he still stood in front of Gu Fei and the others, blocking all the mighty destructive power. A cry of surprise came from ahead. It seemed that the person who had attacked secretly was very surprised. The figure that had charged out of Gu Fei's dantian was Gu Fei's Saint-class battle avatar. This Saint-class battle avatar looked exactly like Gu Fei. The Saint-grade combat avatar had become a clone of Gu Fei. With this Saint-class clone, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven domain. What primordial Emperor Xian? What heaven demon descendant? He could ignore all of them. The Saint-class clone pressed forward. Its eyes emitted 2 rays of divine light that pierced through the primordial chaos and locked onto a blood-colored figure. That is, within the blood-colored demonic light, a fiend god was faintly discernible. Chapter 1311. What is that? Gu Fei's doppelganger locked onto a demon in front of him. It was a blood-colored demon shadow. It was blurry and hard to see its face clearly. On the body of the demon shadow, there were demonic patterns. This was the embodiment of the power of the great Tao. Even with the heavenly eye, it was absolutely impossible to see its face clearly. Could it be the great demon in the demonic prison Blood Sea? He Tian's background was mysterious, and he was knowledgeable. He seemed to have thought of something, but he dared not confirm it. One should know that the great demon appeared earlier than primordial demon and wind demon. Impossible. He Tian shook his head. If that great demon came out, perhaps the entire heaven realm would have flowed with rivers of blood. Only the extreme Tao saints could compete with it. Who cares what it is? Since it has come to us, there is nothing more to say. Gu Fei said coldly. His doppelganger, which looked exactly like him, pressed forward step by step. His primordial spirit entered the doppelganger and allowed it to exert the power of a saint. Even if a saint came, he could fight with him. Powerful waves of immortal force spread out from Gu Fei's doppelganger, blocking the surrounding primordial chaos. He had already locked onto the qi movement of the demon in front of him. A saint puppet? The demon in front of him was very surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to have such a thing. He seemed to have been too careless. He attacked before figuring out his opponent's strength. Very good. I just happen to lack a body that can accommodate my primordial spirit. The demon's body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. He shook the blood spear in his hand and directly met Gu Fei's doppelganger. The monstrous blood light turned the land of primordial chaos into a world of blood. In the blood light, there seemed to be countless blood shadows faintly appearing. They let out waves of heart-palpitating demonic howls, like the wailing of vengeful spirits in the blood sea. It was extremely terrifying. Swish! The demonic spear pierced forward, turning into a beam of blood light that pierced through the heavens and earth. It broke through the layers of chaotic qi and pierced towards Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not dodge. Instead, he struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. Rumble. The void around Gu Fei's saint-class clone seemed to have appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements circulated, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang. The fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger collided with the blood-colored demonic spear, causing a metallic sound to ring out. The two figures moved rapidly as they fought. Blood Slaughter 9, Heavens 10 Earths. The blood-colored devil let out a furious roar, causing the entire land of primordial chaos to shake. A blood-colored devil spear swept through everything. Even the primordial chaos was destroyed. Monstrous blood-colored demonic light swept out and engulfed Gu Fei's doppelganger. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene from afar, they could not help but be taken aback. The other party was extremely ferocious. His strength seemed to be above the primordial sky demon incarnation and wind demon incarnation. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared and fully displayed the power of the flawless 5 elements fist. The 5 elements void world formed by the 5 elements essence qi erupted, pushing back the blood-colored demonic light. He struck out 18 punches in a row, clashing with the blood-colored demonic light 18 times. The chaotic void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread out. Even the primordial chaos could not withstand it. The blood-colored devil was also extremely powerful. It was not at a disadvantage against Gu Fei's saint-class doppelganger. The two were evenly matched, and each displayed invincible combat strength. Where did this guy come from? In the distance, Gu Fei and He Tian, who were protected by the mountain and river cauldron, were extremely shocked. Such an existence should not have appeared in this world. Was the world really going to change? It's not his real body. It's just a doppelganger, just like the others. He Tian saw something strange. The demonic figure in front was not the real body. What is this guy's real body? Gu Fei asked. If the doppelganger was so powerful, wouldn't the real body be even more monstrous? It was really hard to imagine. If I'm not wrong, this guy's real body should be the legendary demon ancestor born in the blood sea of the devil prison. He Tian said. The demon ancestor was an extremely ancient name. It was the ancestor of all demons in the world, and it had invincible power that allowed it to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The doppelganger of a demon ancestor? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. This kind of existence was not something that a supreme saint could fight against. No wonder this doppelganger was so powerful and had the power of a saint. A battle between saints broke out. Gu Fei's doppelganger displayed supreme combat skills and battled with the demonic figure. The saint's power was vast, and the demonic aura was turbulent. For a moment, it was hard to suppress the other. Let's go out first. Tian did not want to stay in this land of chaos. Who knew if there were other guys hiding in the dark and suddenly attack them? It was safer to go out. Okay, Gu Fei nodded. Obviously, this great demon was waiting here to attack them. Could it be that this great demon was also an expert invited by the female demon emperor? If that was the case, then the female demon emperor's means were too terrifying. The existence of the saint level had disappeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for countless years. Since the untainted land was broken, the existence of the saint level had collectively disappeared. However, some of the super forces in the untainted land still had various kinds of heritage left by the supreme existence of their race. The doppelganger of the saint level was a kind of heritage that could deter all directions. Also, the supreme holy weapon was a kind of deterrent force. However, no one would easily use such a power unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, someone had actually invited such an existence to help. What was happening in the outside world? Gu Fei and Tian both felt uneasy. Something big must have happened in the outside world. The demons did not hesitate to wake up their old ancestor. This was not a good thing. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves and then went around the battlefield in front of them, heading in the direction of the power of heaven and earth. Swish! Gu Fei and Tian rushed out from the chaos. An extremely powerful pressure immediately suppressed them. Outside, the sky was dark. Bloodlight constantly appeared. People died. Terrifying waves came from everywhere. No one knew how many people were fighting. All kinds of divine light and demonic light flashed. On the ground and in the sky, there were figures everywhere. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Battle cries shook the 9 heavens. Divine blood and demon blood constantly rained down from the sky. Countless immortals and demons were fighting. In the distance, there was the power of the saint level. There were supreme figures confronting each other. Seeing this extremely shocking scene, Gu Fei and Tian were immediately dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was happening in the outside world?